Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は481日目です。It is day 481. Today is level up day. We are level 51. So let's do our reviews to get that on day today.
石杖民族制約抽選甘危害
くわ
ただ手段
上
ごま真珠
えと
潤う
お
高知推奨脅す無謀合憲
俗語概算
後
期
期
測る浸透蹴る殴り合い
陶器悟る
漏水
基礎
そう 峠
隔月浸水
うん
蓄える
輝き溶岩隔てる一周する水溶性
溶ける
立道煮物fine no really thought it was huh was it I wait oh wait right decline落とすwhat 落とさえるか what oh 衰える衰える
覆る
覆る劣等感
彩り
広告王妃煮える溶かす かわいい。
狩る
かる。近い。
浸る
浸る。浸る。
一
違いに
概に。大概。
大概。衰退。開
開拓
拓。概要。転
転覆
覆。
尽くす。
尽くす。桑畑。劣化。動体視比。My day's going pretty well, crazy. How's your day going? Just started for me here.
陛下。
おー、優
中小。
勝。
聖母。
聖母。
悔やむ。
む。悪賢い。
輝く
Pretty good. Monday morning was okay. You got a pretty large shipment today, so lots of labor around 6 a.m. It's calmed down for the rest of the day. Solid. Large shipment, huh? 6 a.m. Some early labor. Job well done, I imagine.
覚悟
What are you doing now?
属。
Or what do you plan to do, I suppose?
草刈り
Akari.
唯物論。
論。
騎兵
刈り取る。 You usually work 6 a.m. to 3 p.m. However, sometimes they need you guys at 4 a.m. to open the building early for snow removal when applicable and shipments. I see. Do you live in a place that has quite a lot of snow?
煮る
Need it? What is snow like there?
Asanu no.
You're not doing much right now. You just got home from the gym. Good gym day. Do you post workout do post workout nutrition at all? Slam back maybe a protein shake or something. Boston gets a ton of snow sometimes during the winter season. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
灯る
制服
It's kind of okay here, you know, a little bit south. Been fairly nice, mild for May lately.
Juzu.
Juzu.
する 遠征 雑煮 唯一
桑原
Kuwabara. You usually drink your protein shake during your workout. Okay, after do something like salmon, chicken, or steak, source of protein with some rice and spinach. Solid meal, solid meal. Do you meal prep at all? Crazy? Junkyoju. Go
とげ
get
る
it.
味噌
Miso.
各種
Kakushu.
火
You don't meal prep, but you have everything ready to cook when you get home. Solid. Close enough. Yeah, that's a solid plan. Why am I having
抽出
this? There's something enjoyable and satisfying about cooking in the moment and eating your food afterwards. Yes, there's also quite a lot of satisfaction in enjoying knowing that you have cooked a lot of food at one time and liberating that time for something else as well. There's a skill and art form to meal prepping. Coming from a family that used to run restaurants.
Kiba.
I suppose the idea of meal prepping that you might be thinking about is prepping the same thing every day, as opposed to prepping what type of restaurants? My parents were Chinese, so they ran Chinese restaurants. They're part of the immigration that is involved in maintaining the very well-known Americanized Chinese food type of thing. They're Fujianese Chinese. It's a network. Yeah, I think one of the things that might be a little bit, you know, like the subtext is missing. Meal prepping is prepping for cooking, is what I usually refer to. I understand that we were talking about fitness, and sometimes meal prepping can be decidedly talking about prepping the same thing every day, which is not quite it's either. So like one of the routines about in a restaurant is to meal prep, or is to prep in general, like food prep. And that's what you meant when you have everything ready to cook when you get home. You meal prepped. But maybe food prepping would be a little bit more general to include the idea of prepping to cook something. Getting ready to cook something. However, cooking like large volumes for a very big party or like a business is quite a skill and endeavor on its own. You're mainly wondering if they specifically target a certain cuisine? Americanized Chinese cuisine. That's what they target.
概念
It's part of the Chinese heritage. The vast majority of Eastern immigrants in the United States is historically allocated in the most recent decade, within our lifetime, to Fujianese Chinese. They're the ones that network the American Chinese restaurants. I don't know if you've ever wondered, going around, how it was possible to homogenize American Chinese restaurants despite those Chinese restaurants being run by separate families. I'm not sure if that ever crossed your mind. Yeah, social media tends to imply that meal prepping means having your food all cooked into plastic containers and microwaving it later. That is what you originally thought when you asked if you meal prep. Actually, I'm gonna disagree with you on that contentiously, because actually now the social media tends to imply that meal prepping is to learn how to prep your ingredients for cooking. So cooking is the act of making the meal, and meal prepping is the act of prepping for the cooking. But I would say maybe 5 years ago ish, I would say meal prepping in the fitness, the nutritional fitness sphere would be that proceeding before the whole social media and the fitness routine situation, which is relevant here. The line of thinking would be, we were talking about fitness and then meal prepping, but you mentioned prepping to cook, so then meal prepping would be in the other sphere of social media, which is cooking social media. I don't actually know which one's larger, but there is another social media trend that involves meal prepping. You're prepping to cook. Yeah, all your food social media things, your typical things oh yeah, meal prepping doesn't have to be difficult. You just slice your vegetables like this, put them in a container, and slice that type of thing. But yes, does that mean that you don't consume a routine prep when you're cooking? You mentioned it's either salmon or chicken or steak with rice and spinach. Do you rotate your greens as well as your starch source as well? Because I meal prep, or my family meal prep. So we would prep we would have our week of fish our week of greens and our eggs, right? And then the next week we would have to replace the perishables with whatever is next, which is if salmon's on good from Costco, that's great. Another day it would be like a whitefish, or your vegetables would rotate. So one week it would be broccoli, then another week it would be spinach of some sort. So you would rotate. You still have to prep for the cooking. It's interesting how the nuances are pretty layered nowadays. Very selective. Yes, you do, but specifically your post-workout meal always consists of those ingredients. Throughout the day, you'll consume a variety of foods. You're also in a calorie surplus to gain weight. How much is your surplus now for the weight gain? Gainen. What? The heck? Did I not guess? And then you aim for about 3,000 4,000 calories. So if I were to assume you're about, let's say 6'1", maybe 6'2", male, maybe 160 pounds with go to gym regularly, so a maintenance of maybe 2,600 to 3,000 calories with a surplus of whatever is over 3,000. How much are you burning these days? Actually 1,000. Yeah, and then if you have a heavier work day, you might have like burn 3,500. So you have like a surplus of anywhere from around 500 calories. You must burn quite a bit. Yeah, right now my maintenance is 2,400. 5'8". Whoa. 120. Yeah. Oof. Man, I was, when I said 6'1", 6'2", and around 160 pounds, I was thinking like you were moderate, but 5'8", 120. Yeah, that's underweight. Lots of calories. Yeah. I can see the motivation by 3 to 4. When I was in my 20s, like I would say, actually in my lowest point, when I was 26-ish, I'm 5'7", and I was like 109, 110 pounds, and I was like very incredibly underweight. So I actually what would constitute as dirty bulking just to keep my weight above 110. Then, you know, other things came along, and then now we're sitting at a pretty comfortable 150, 5'7", 150, and maintenance calories would be around 2,400 based on my activity levels. And I'm neither lean bulking or none of that stuff. We're just maintenance. Interesting. 5'8", 120. Yeah, that's on the low side. I hope you can manage to gain the weight that you want, you know, like put on some very functional protective strength and whatnot. Yeah, it's definitely on the lower side. Maybe like what are your goals right now? Like 140, maybe 1 pound to 2 pounds a month of lean mass. or like trying to keep it like a lean bulk, to you gain plus 10 in 4 months. That's really good. Excellent. Not slightly on the faster side, but not too quickly. Yeah. So you were averaging about 2 pounds a month, or a little over 2 pounds a month. Very nice. What is your target weight at the moment? You're aiming for 150, 160? Yeah, I would say ideally 150. Yeah, 150, at least 150 plus or minus a few pounds, right? Typically plus a few pounds. And then, you know, hitting all your milestones, your classical above average milestones for fitness. And then obviously hitting your cardiovascular milestones. And then you can do whatever with it as you please. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. I see you have all this stuff figured out. I watch quite a lot of, or I read quite a lot about like lifestyle choices, because oftentimes I talk to people about lifestyle choices, like executive function deal. So whenever mental healthness and wellness comes into play, physical wellness and maintenance ends up being part of the equation, right? Definitely vastly do not underestimate how well your physical health can impact your ability to even cognitively and intellectually like enrich your education and whatnot.
覆面
Recommend. Glad to hear that you have a ambitious and healthy appetite for self-improvement. Being a school custodian doesn't help with the gaining weight, plus your gym routine. Yeah, long. Yep, lots of long periods of active lifestyle, where you're gaining, not losing, and still maintain your physical strength. Fair enough. It's solid that you're able to manage to do that. When I was at my lowest point, it was because I was kind of like married to the job, so I basically stopped. I didn't ever consider the idea that I could be dangerously underweight. So it's a very empathetic point, having a busy lifestyle and then trying to maintain your physical demands while also trying to maintain your weight and physical strength stuff, especially meals. Definitely at a younger age tend to become a little bit optional, or even the quality and enjoyment of eating in general. It almost seems like like a thing that is more of a chore, which obviously I'm not insisting that you think that. It's good to know that you're trying to enjoy eating as well. I think one of the current symptoms, and I really appreciate social media, like you don't hear this often, right? Like, oh no, social media is doing all this. It's double-edged. There are positive sides of social media, and then the whole idea of encouraging people to enjoy their meals and cooking their meals and whatnot. That's kind of a really, it's a positive for people's lifestyle these days. It's become overly common to view something like eating as a chore and an optional part you don't make time for that, despite having very, very busy lifestyles. You used to think eating was a chore? I can imagine, especially back in high school. You used to skip breakfast and lunch and only really eat a big dinner, so you got older and you start to enjoy more because you had freedom to choose what you eat and how you cook it. Yeah, the narrative that I'm presenting obviously is a very familiar one. So it would be, I don't commonly encounter people who don't share the same type of, like, what you just stated, and based on what you're doing now, like, I'm kind of like inferring your time period because you already shared where you were in your academic career and all your other things going on. This narrative is like very consistent, I would say. I don't think I rarely hear outside of it the whole idea of eating was a chore, and the timing of like fitness routines and changes lines up. I'm glad to hear that you're also enjoying eating more. I think that's a very tough one. Like right now, at this moment, I could say I'm in contact and regular conversation with like 4 or 5, ranging from like age 18 to 25, who still think eating is a chore, which obviously eating is a gift, at least in my opinion. Like eating can make you feel alive again. So great. That sounds like you're having a good time, as opposed to seeing it as a means to an end. Can't tell you how often I hear that, and then I have to make time to eat. I'm like, what do you mean you have to make time to eat? Like, well, you know, if I had it my way, I wouldn't need to eat, kind of comment.
隔離
What are your snack choices? Like, paint like a time a day. Like, what kind of snack would you hit back when it's on a above average hot day on a summer's night and it's raining? I can understand why some people think eating is a chore. You agree with your view on eating though? It is a gift and it makes you feel whole. Yeah, me too. So don't get me started on social eating. I don't like have any like professional occupation at currently, so I don't engage in social interaction. However, in my regular routine, I would prep meals, right? Prep meals have like a very classical whole diet that's balanced. However, then comes social eating, and social eating, that's the glorious nature of social eating, right? Such a treat to go out and co-workers or friends splurge on some wonderful the breadth and depth of cuisine. Mindset does go a long way, or at least that is the type of perspective that I'm presenting. Mindset. In that scenario, you eat something like really spicy chips for absolutely no reason. I would pick I would hope to eat something very of novelty. Sitting in your car and just watching the sun go down with the rain. Oh, in the scenario? Yeah. Spicy chips? Yeah, that sounds amazing. And the car thing? Absolutely. I don't know how, like, what your area is like. The area where I live is like largely cornfields outside of, like, you know, it's suburbia. So there are times where you drive to the gas station, right, like a Sheetz or something, and then you grab something like a spicy mayo tater tots with like some fried cheese curds, and then you would just stop by the road near a farm, like, because it's just cornfields, right? Cornfields, farm fields. You just chill on and listen to the rain. It's always quite a blast. totally, totally on board with what you just described.
陰謀
Cool. How to cherish the moments, right? In the moment, as you said, I think. Enjoying the moment.
Tansui.
If you Google Newberry Street in Back Bay, Boston, that's around your area. I see. Discretion. So let me see. Oh. Dang. That is oh. Man, this reminds me of Uptown New York. Your classic row house areas. Dang, that's a really bustling place. Oh yeah, this reminds me of Charm City. So I used to reside in the Baltimore area. Very quaint. Very quaint.
Liju.
So, what do you do for entertainment? Crazy.
感覚
It's busy, especially at night. You live in a nice corner and it's super quiet in your condo, but close enough walk to Newberry Street where they have great places to eat or hang out. Yeah, it feels really much like a charm city. Not sure if you've ever been in the Maryland area, like the greater Baltimore area. And when you specifically mention nice corner, it's very similar. Like the whole idea of the you hear if you're outside of Baltimore about negative things, but then there are places like where Newberry Street looks like, specifically on the outer Baltimore, not downtown. It's close enough that you take a free shuttle or walk down. It's like a 10-minute walk down there, but also a few-minute free bus shuttle ride to the inner harbor. And then the outskirts are row houses and condos and whatnot. The university is north of the inner harbor area.
奨学金
I'm sure you can imagine the layout being someone who's inclined about like school systems and structural layouts. A college town right north on the outskirts of a charm city. You like to drive at night, so you'll hang out with your friends, go out to eat, etc. If you're home, you'll play video games or chat online with your friends and do what I'm doing now and talking to YouTube live. I see. Well, it does certainly show that you have talked on YouTube lives or like on live streams, because it's dramatically different from someone who simply watches, right? Precariously or vicariously watches. You've been to Maryland many times. You have family there. Oh, what a coincidence. But you never walked around Baltimore. Always have driven through or flew in to get someplace else. Yeah, on the outer skirts, Newberry, that picturesque, like I was looking around, on the outskirts of the inner harbor area are all your like living areas, your residential areas, and what you would probably qualify as the good corner of the place. So oftentimes you take a free transit into the inner harbor area. And it's kind of like if you had the major area and then outside would be the hipster area, as I call it. The outside of the major Baltimore's hipster area, and then it's like affluent area. So it's kind of a ring going out. Your typical layout in the United States, right? The inner metropolitan area is the most chaotic and mixed, right? And then your outskirts tend to be like on one side of the city you might have like a lower income area, and then on the other side of the city branching developing high income area, right? And then further out then becomes the suburbs. I'm not entirely sure Boston deviates from that, but typically the 2 or 3 cities that I lived in, it's your like your Americana layout, where like for example Philadelphia is very similar. You take Philadelphia and I think it's to the west, not sure which direction. I want to say like southwest is the lower income, right? Like there's always a lower income side, a higher income side, and then your suburbia that wraps around it. And then when you're like directly on the outskirts of the inner metropolitan area, like the commerce area, that's usually where you find your row houses and your mixed, like I'm going to commute to work downtown, but also I would prefer not to be downtown situation. And then if you're like really leisurely, you would simply live right outside the outskirts of town in a suburbia area. Boston is really like that. It's super expensive to live here and bustling. Yeah, I could imagine. As you get out of the city, it gets quieter until eventually getting to suburbs where it's not as expensive. Yeah. So currently where my family is located, we live in the suburbs now. And usually suburbs are for people who are like less bustling, settled down, right? That's why my parents settled here. However, before then, definitely in city, I do miss it. I miss being like a 5-minute free shuttle ride away, or just simply a 15-minute walk, and then everything is a walk away, and then you're always like next to a campus, multiple campuses. the idea of nostalgia for me is obviously not the suburbs, but more so walking down the one street and it'd be like 6 gathering places across the street from 6 like convenient eating cafe places, and then the whole place is like swarmed in the summer, like in all around with like students and people who are simply very active in their lifestyle. It does bring back a lot of nostalgia to walk down the street and seeing people on there doing their things. I don't actually know what it's like now, if it has changed, where like maybe now everyone's like with their cameras and smartphones and whatnot. I know it's not that long ago, when I would say about a decade, people still had smartphones, but I imagine the landscape is a little bit different now with your highly intense integrated stuff. You know, I can only imagine what it's like to be around campus these days.
Kido.
You've always lived in Boston? You've never experienced the suburbs or countryside? Oh, okay. Aside from the limited vacation time. I see. I spent about half my life in the suburb. And then... okay, maybe it's more like a third now. So a third of my life in the suburbs. A third of my life in like low income, subsidized housing situations. That was my early life because my family was working class, lower working class. And then we moved into the suburbs. And then when I went off to like college and graduate school and stuff, later in graduate school, it took place in like a metropolitan area. So it's about a third. Also, although now it's suburbia is the most familiar type of setting, which basically you walk out and like you walk out in the morning, everyone has a dog, everyone has a lawn, most people know what's going on, and you like rarely ever think about things like what if something bad happens. That's kind of suburbia. You have your super quiet thing, and then everything is like 20-minute drive away, and they're like commerce and the residential areas are consistently separated. It's quite interesting. And my nostalgia is to like go into the outer skirts of a city and then feel that warmth of bustling liveliness every time you like step out and just walk around in like a, I don't know, a city park somewhere that's dead in the middle of the metropolis area, which is the type of cities that I'm used to, where anytime I've ever visited a city, it would be like going to the park that is in the middle of the city, and you have this weird combination where you're sitting, as far as you can see there are trees, lakes and whatnot, but immediately when you exit out of the park, it's like bumper to bumper traffic with like whole rows of cafes and long cities. Have I ever been to Boston? I have not. Except on a university visit. So yes and no, I guess. Yes, as in more like confined to visiting a place like a campus, but I have not visited like Boston, like the major Boston area. But you haven't gone anywhere else, huh? Intriguing. If I had to name some cities, the most vivid memories I have is probably like San Francisco, San Diego, New York City, Baltimore, Philadelphia. Durham, that's not really a major city. I guess Raleigh and Durham is okay. Miami. I forgot which city in Delaware. I guess you wouldn't consider it's more of a town in Long Island. Various places, but Pittsburgh, right? Pittsburgh. Various places. Nothing in the South though. Like I know Miami, yes, Florida, I know, but we're talking about like nothing in like the Louisiana, like the Mississippi. Nothing along the Mississippi yet. And then there's Toronto, Montreal, like Canadian cities. You've been to tons of places, just never for a long time. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I would say same qualifications. I haven't been to Boston in a manner that allows me to understand Boston. So when you say, have I ever been to Boston? I would say yes, as in being there. But I want to share the same feelings about what you said. Like, largely, I haven't been in a place long enough to really understand it. It's more like a visiting situation. Just never for a long time. You've been to France? Oh, nice. El Salvador, the UK, and domestically Atlanta. Georgia, NYC, Philadelphia, New Jersey. Okay, I'm thinking where in New Jersey that are common. Chicago, Baltimore, and DC. I see. Oh yeah, I forgot about DC. Obviously, I actually worked in DC area. Yeah, DC. Yeah, Bethesda, around Bethesda and Rockville. And then Chicago. I've only stopped in Chicago. Not even visit, just stopped in Chicago. Jersey, probably Newark, because Newark is attached to these Newark. Yeah, basically, I was just about to say, like, the only place that you would probably visit is probably Newark, and that's the transit also to New York City. So I've been to Newark because you eventually explore Newark at this convenient way, as a way to also into New York City. Gotta hit that. In terms of like outside of the country, New Zealand. I studied abroad in New Zealand for 3 to 4 months. And that's actually the only time I was outside of the continental North America. So yeah, New Zealand for 3 to 4 months. And then we like took a tour of South Island, but the university was in North Island. France, huh? Where'd you go for France? Petty? I imagine it was Petty and maybe one other place. I haven't ever been to any other country outside of North America. You have a lady outside the States, so that's how you got your European travel? Oh, look at you. A great experience to get out of the Americas. Yeah. Obviously, right now, traveling is kind of a tenuous vocation, but I like to believe that there's going to be more traveling in my life before being too old, I suppose. Oh no, that's not right.
Let's work.
A lady, you say? Perhaps a... Oh, Marseille. Okay. France is the major city you were closest to. I see. And in the UK, you forgot, but it was the countryside. Intriguing. The countryside. Huh. Unfortunately, I'm not incredibly well versed to know visiting and geographical features in many countries. I know quite a lot about New Zealand, though. Of all the things. There's this one place called Rotorua, that is like on top of a sulfur vent. So when you get into the village, right, or like the town, it's and you like walk on it, the floor is legitimately like a couple degrees warmer than the air, and it just smells like sulfur, which you could imagine it basically just smells like rotten eggs. And then when you get in, you can smell as you're entering it, and then eventually the smell goes away because of how olfaction works, but it just basically smells like sulfur, and the ground just feels like it's warm, like consistently warm. Like, since it's paved over, the pavement itself is still warmer than the air, so it's got that weird feeling where your feet feels like it's always heated. Yeah, it's New Zealand has a really interesting, like much like Japan, you know how like island nations. UK is very UK has a very distinct like climate and layout. So island I know all continents are really big islands, but like when we have like very specific islands like the UK, like Japan, and not necessarily Australia. Australia is gigantic, right? But New Zealand, Japan, and UK, like those types of islands, like Madagascar, they have very interesting climates and geographical features, being islands, and oftentimes, they have like kind of volcanic like things because of islands, like Hawaii, for example. UK is a anomaly for sure, right? However, Japan, New Zealand, like Hawaii, the island formations, the way they were formed and whatnot, creates like really interesting geographical things you encounter. Things like areas of volcanic activity, like Japan and New Zealand are on fault lines. So is Hawaii. So they tend to have these interesting features like sulfur vents and, you know, hot springs like onsen, or like the hot spring thing. Actually, sure enough, my first experience with a geothermal hot spring was in New Zealand, like going to a hot spring, a geothermically warmed hot spring. And without making it sound really crazy, my first time at a hot spring was during a thunderstorm, like a torrential thunderstorm, and we were away from our campus on a tour. So we went to the hot spring, and it was an outdoor hot spring. So we were standing in the hot spring, warming up, while a vicious storm was happening and downpouring, like near zero visibility. So, well, the New Zealand times were some interesting times. We were on like a bus trip for the day, and it just happened to storm really heavily, and we decided to climb like this rock formation and then come back down, and then visited the local place which had a hot spring, an outdoor hot spring. They're just like standing in a hot spring where the water is, you know, it's warm, but then all this water is coming down from the sky that's very, very cold. Such a weird time. That was also the trip where the people we were with, 6 of them had like massive sunburns. Oh yeah, there were some massive sunburns. You're going to get ready to wind down? Yeah. Thank you for the chat too, Crazy. It was a pleasure. It's always nice to have a, you know, cumulative chat time. Thanks for keeping me company for a while. It was always a pleasure. Rest well, right? Good luck with your day. Until next time.
Otoru.
電卓 亡霊
Kon.
開口 焦り
竜
竜
巻
巻 え Oh, that meant I meant to type shelf there, not shield. That was weird.
西暦
塾
Ada. Ada.
小舟
Oh, really? Oh, wait. What? Old? Okay.
「食卓」
クルー
Blue.
消
消
防
防
寸暇
Sunka.
揺らぐ
陰気
バイキン
叫び声
叫び声
悪
悪
霊
霊
かける
かける
稼ぐ 叫び曇り
この頃
Mm. Mm. It's something like Asa? No, Naga. Naga.
眺める
Hmm.
霊感
湿気
Shike. Excuse me.
全裸
Zenda.
肌色
霊園 鳥肌 湿地 曇る
風
加湿器
加湿器
磨く
えwhat's like instant blink?
鐘遡る
狂気
肌触りSame difference
最近山岳
清涼
恐竜呪いよ
旧暦紛れもない
溝いつ頃おにぎり
影
影継承
コロ凶
凶
悪
悪
炊く
oh oh what oh
滝川
滝川
嫁
無菌滝揚げ出し半裸
what not harvest no what in the world is that Oh, that's just. Hada. Hadaka. Whoops. Hada.
裸
Oko.
矛元凶
We're probably gonna hear Genkyo soon enough. End of the year. Video game. Video game. Oops. That's not supposed to say clam. It's calm. Same difference. Chak. Not chakuhon. Oh no, chakuhon.
脚本
塊
Chikagoro.
卓球
Taku.
手頃住む
What? How do I like make something lucid? Pretty sure that's make clear. Maybe they want like to make something clear. Okay. Maybe like to be transparent. What is it going for? Or maybe like to become clear. That's pedantic.
年頃
突ぐ
Tofugu. Whoops. What? What? The heck? Oh.
かける
Amashi.
魂
Pedantic.
狂気 先頃 締める 排水口 若い頃
Wakai
殺菌竜
竜
足
涼
涼風
風
熟
熟
成
成
かけ暦
呪
呪
う
う
新芽
嵐かなりかなり
素粒子義塾
うん
船
船
磨き
Alright, that is level 51. We're gonna take I'm gonna take a quick break to switch gears because we got quite a long lesson here ahead. I'll be right back. right, let's get into our lesson. Let's see if we can pick up the pace a little this time around. Podium is still podium. I doubt if Don is not good enough, right? Probably not. What if it's something like like platform, like a homu or something.
Done.
Oh, it's done. All right, cool. I'll take it anytime. What? Oh yeah, that's gloom. That's you. Yep, that is gloom. All right. That's a can. Yeah, tree can. You know, I like can for the. No, the other one is what? A pot? About the same. Psychopath. A tree can be a tree, but it's also could be a psychopath. We're okay with gloom and depression. What could this sound be? What do you look like? You look like a gyu. Utsu. Whoa, it's an utsu that is a onyomi. It's probably the only read for this, right? I do like the uts thing. Or what would be the other one? You too. I like the uts thing. We'll just say some uts. Start doing dubstep. Let's keep that. Let's keep that. Flower bed. Interesting. Yeah. So like a flat area. So kadan. It could be something weird, but kadan would be fun.
Kadan.
Kadan. Okay. The other way. Kadan. Buddhist altar. Makes sense. What would that be? Soul? Soldan.
Butsudan.
Oh, Butsudan. Was it really Butsu? Dang. Oh, Soul is the other character. Yeah, the other character, starting with this and then meaning priest related things too. Done. Okay. Inscription. Yep. What is inscription? All right. Double check. My say. Oh, it's. Dang it. What's the sound for inscription? Oh. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, Ming. So, what do we have for inscription? Let's go with Ming. Like, yeah, Ning. Me. Hold up. Dang you, WaniKani, you gotta label your... Gotta label your other thing. Yeah, it's me. It's gotta include its sub. Alright, eh. Yeah.
Done. Kadan.
Okay.
Butsudan.
So intuition. Kan doesn't seem like it would cut it, but there has been cons before.
勘
Kan, alright. I think we're getting into that moment where some of these are ancient. And when they're ancient, they retain their read, their onyomi read. Accidentally. I think we have this now, right? Because of Bunpro. No, actually, I don't know what the... I have no point of reference for this either. Ooh. I already used good for goo. This would be closer to goo, like goo goo. I think that would be okay. A goo, splinter, right? Leader and splinter. Accidentally drop goo onto some turtles. Go with that. Taking into consideration. Alright. This sounds weird. Oh no, wait. That's plan, so it's kanki. Kangan. Yeah, it does sound weird. I thought there might be a change. Kangan. Kangan sounds weird. Okay. Arden. Hang on. I think this was weird on the... No, it's not the same. Interesting. That's tough. That's really tough to remember. What, Kanben
勘弁
or Kanben? Kanben. Greatness. Sure, way. Han. E. What? What is that nonsense? The heck, man? Alright, fine. The greatness radiates. Alright, eagle. Sure.
勘案
it's still tough to remember this one too. I have no idea again. The consideration. That is really rough.
Kan.
勘弁
Kanben. Splitting the costs? Really? How does that work? Is there like a separate word? I guess divide the tuition? Intuition? Ugh. I feel like there's a missing... I feel like intuition has a missing pivot or something. I guess for the large part. Okay.
割り勘
WaniKani. Fair enough. Misunderstanding makes sense.
勘違い
Kanchigai. A summit? Is that summit? Oh. Oh, right. Oh, the top. Oh, and humbly, yeah. That's what we had recently. The use of this as a humble thing. Summit. It could be a cho. Oh no, wait, this is summit. Could be related to the others, like a kaku or a gaku, a hole. A Q. Cho. It's a cho. Okay. It's fine. Okay. Stomach. Yeah, that's fine. Stomach. You panic. Intriguing. What do we had for this? Coal? That's not gonna help. Some reason I think I know what panic is, but I don't at the same time. Rush. Let's go with Hayateru.
慌てる
Awateru. Alright. Goal. The whole right is supposed to be like confused or wild.
慌てる
Okay. Wild. Oh. He is confused. Edu. Panic. Okay. Okay.
勘違い
Wait.
割り勘 慌てる
Alright. 15 down. Probably. Oh my. What the? Oh, I think this might be. Oh no. It's on the lower side. It looked like a lot, but it was on the lower side. Alright. Fair enough. Panic. Fence. What do we have?
Kyoko.
And then this was, it's a ceramic vessel. All right. Can be used figuratively. Right. We have the tsubo. Call. Makes sense. And eat. Is that the humble eat? Yeah, this is the humble. We recently had this in Bunpro. Me. Me would be the read probably. And sho, yeah. Me and sho. We wrote a mnemonic advance of this. Oh no, we didn't. We just passed it. So you call to eat by the show. Okay. That's fine. And then me is this kunyomi. Probably meshi agaru. Yeah, meshi agaru was yesterday's vocabulary. Alright.
Kani.
Makes sense. And then we have
Wani.
Oh. I wonder if it's just WaniKani. As opposed to like Wani and then Kani. WaniKani, that would be like weird going down and up again if it's a one word. It could just be Wani and Kani. Interesting. If it was treated as one word, it would probably just be WaniKani. Which that sounds normal. Norms.
Kyoko.
Kyoko.
Tsubo.
Kani. Wani.
Alright. Summit. What are the chances that Summit stays full? Could. Or it could be something like tate. Or take. Take is a good one.
Mine.
Mine? Why? Alright. Fine. Mountain. I'm gonna use winter for that one. Oh, actually, was there something ascribed to, yeah, signpost?
Mine.
Signpost is pretty good. Might convert that into a signpost. Okay. It is. Mountain range. Oh, interesting. Using take along. That kind of thing. I get it. What was that? Ren? Renpo. Yep, with the P. Renpo. Because of the Put between. Oh, sandwich. Yeah, I get it. Put between, like, stuck in between two things. Lie? It could be like lie. Oh, they went with kunyomi. Is there an onyomi for this? Oh no, there isn't. Okay. Asa. Alright. We got some fingeries. For sergeant? Dude, stop switching it up. Like, that's the third one. And it's not even... Eesh. I guess you go with narrow? Oh. Intriguing. Hang on. I think we're just gonna use narrow. Oh no, wait, narrow doesn't work. Oh, that's a good call. Or just press from both sides. It's a sandwich. Let's use a sandwich. They don't have it, but we'll use a sandwich. Asa. Oh, that's tough. Could use sauce. Sauce is kinda okay instead of sa and saw, like the different saws. Yeah, you know, saw. Yeah, let's do that. Saw seems to be a problem. Saw. I think we're just gonna use sandwich for this. Sandwiched. But between is not the greatest. Yeah. Okay. I doubt that's cool. I don't know which read this.
Umai.
Oh, this is the umai. Oh, it's which umai? Oh no, I'm not sure which umai is which? Interesting. Alright, I mean, I'll take it. It's typically used to describe deceptive action techniques or methods that are not only skillful but also somewhat sly or crafty. Okay. Komyo. Okay.
峰 連邦
I guess we'll make an attempt.
うまい
Oh, I think this is the umai that is more recognizable to me than the other umai. Although, no, the other umai is probably for flavor most of the time, and then this umai is the umai for like jozu desu. Possibly.
巧妙
Omyo. Okay. Cold. Kaze. This is just special.
風
Kaze is just special. There's no way around it. It's special. Hindrance. Jama? Jama? That sounds weird. Why do I have a feeling this might be a little different?
邪魔
Oh no. Jama. Alright, I'll take it. It sounds weird. It's also the only ja I think I can think of. Wither? Yeah. Cool. Ooh, coal. Give me coal. It's coal. Alright, we're moving along. Coal is a very consistent one. Super consistent. Wicket. I mean, ja is unique. So it could be ja.
横島
Come on, Japanese. It's the Yokoshima side. Oh, Yokoshima. No, that's not that great. The side of the island. Shima. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I like these double Japanese things. I think double Japanese things are good. Like if you try to break it up into two common Japanese characters. I feel like doing that is a bit more reliable now for these longer ones. So like three moda and 4 moda like conversions of 3 or 4 moda kanji like characters, breaking them up into further characters is kind of a way I could do it, to separate them from 1 and 2. They're pretty special, so require some special get. Okay, it's a special get and oh, ha instead of da. It's probably
下駄
Geta? Really? Holy moly. Okay, so the get part is fine, but the... What do you mean unexpectedly does not endaku? Wait, this was taught as da. I guess it's ta as well. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Geta, sure. I got you.
風
邪魔
I don't remember what this is. Hindrance? Okay.
Yokoshima.
Hmm.
下駄
Another place, probably. Not good. Yeah, I see that. It would be really crazy if it ended up something really weird, but I guess dame. Dame sounds fine, right? It's dame?
ダメ
Okay. Not that I would see it this way most of the time. Dame desho. Right. It's no good. Dame desho. Utility. Utility. Nothing but burdensome. I knew they were gonna do that. Nothing but burdensome. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah.
無駄
Muda. Yes, yes, muda. Yeah. Definitely. Next to what is that? Dame, muda, muri. Those are the ones that you hear a lot in just shows, like when it's dire, when things are dire. All right, that it is. I'm not sure if I'm gonna remember the
無駄
futility. I haven't used futility in a while. Like futility as a noun. Futile, maybe. Futile? I don't really say futile too much because it sounds like feudal, as in feudal times. So futile. Boil. High? Give me high for 1000. Come on, Japanese. Futsu? Wait, actually, we just got futsu recently in Bunpro. Yeah, we did get futsu. Or like this character, futsu. And how do I use it? It was a kunyomi though. Waku? No, I don't think so. Oh no, maybe. I think it might have been wakasu. And I don't know which one of these. It's actually one of these. Before we got this character. So alright, so that works. The boiling water crashes onto the land. And you realize your foot is in it. Ouch. Okay. Not the greatest. I'm trying to think of if there's another way I can write this. Maybe like buy something for you to avoid the boiling water, boiling tsunami. Okay, erupt. Yep, that's where the sun comes from, as opposed to China. So what do we have? Ototsu?
唐突
Ototsu. Fair enough. Court? Yep. Law and court. A court. Got Ote.
法廷
Alright.
Muda. Dame.
What level am I on? Today is 51.
Toutotsu 法廷
Post guess. Fair enough. Still trying plus court imperial court. That's fine.
宮廷
Q is new read. Oh, come on. You're gonna change it up again? You just hit 45? Congratulations on hitting 45. Keep up the good work, Lord. Praise. Up the good work. Wait. Oh, you've hit the fast lane. 43 was the fast lane. How you feel about the fast lane? Yeah, 43 and on is a wild ride. Let's see. You're on day 421. Nice. Keep up the great work. Right on. Yeah, I basically, up to this point, we've done 0 zeros. So we just stuck with 0 zeros. Just do 0 zeros each and every day. And here we are. I have 0 days as well. There are specific 0 days. We're not counting those. So every 5th day is a 0 day now, because of the way the new schedule works. After level 43. Mia, oh, they actually use Mia as the default. Thing. Let me look at you. Do you look like a Q to me? Don't look like a Q. You've been keeping an eye on my channel the past few months since we are close in level? Oh, okay. See, how's your experience so far? Over a year in studies, there's probably quite a lot to say about it. Lack of sleep? Oh. I imagine you're juggling a lot of other things along with WaniKani, like, you know, lifestyle things. Yeah, full-time employee. Yeah, I understand. No kids. Fair enough. No, unemployed and no kids. So even more time. Although, if I had to be like if I had in a discreet way, I do have obligations, but they're not employment obligations. I don't have like a boss or anything like that. But we do. You also do RTK? Remind me what RTK stands for? Oh, remembering the kanji? Okay. Nice, nice. Yeah, we've done quite a bit of things along the side. Interesting. Lack of sleep. Man, full-time employee. If it's at your discretion, James Hazek's book, How to Write Kanji. Oh, so you're also looking at the Hazek's book. Nice. And do you also have a grammar source in a form of graded reading of something, like a, have you started like Tadoku or Satori reader of some sort and mixing it up with like Genki textbook? Okay, you're in Genki too? Solid, solid. May I ask, I know you have a lack of sleep, but is this a hobby or a future career integration? Or a lifestyle goal that you're trying to do, heavily invested in Japanese studies? Sometimes Tadoku? Fair enough, fair enough. Hobby? So, man, wait, I mean, all for the hobby, I suppose. Obviously exercising your discretion. Does your employment have anything to do with processes learning with learning? I know that sounds redundant, but does your employment have any, like, in an area of education or some sort of skill development? Not at all? Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. It's very, for me, for my own purposes, it's very important to me to understand, like, when people are learning something, like what their background is, because I often wonder what type of professions and like lifestyle choices and arrangements that people have when they're in the process of learning. It helps me be a little bit more educated and experienced when talking to people that would want to interact with me about learning. You're in South Carolina. Nice. Nobody knows Japanese there? I imagine maybe like there's got to be like a couple people, you know, you got your universities, right? Like USC. Wait, I feel like I've been, what? Oh no, I haven't been to South Carolina. Oh, maybe like Charleston, Columbia. There's got to be a few, maybe 2%. Well, when it comes to Japanese, 2% is already quite high. If you know what I mean, like even when it comes to Japanese immigrants, 2% is very high, especially in the United States. Like Chinese Americans are, which I'm Chinese American, or my parents are first generation and I'm second generation, still make up like 5%, if that. So expecting 2% Japanese, that's, yeah, I would totally agree with you. What I mean is you're saying maybe 2%, but Chinese isn't really that common. Like what I mean is in the landscape of the United States, it's still 5% or less. It might seem like it in a local area, maybe like in a metropolitan area, but generally speaking, like Mandarin speakers are pretty low too. Obviously we're contrasting it with the other alternative, which is Spanish, right? Hablo un poco español. ¿Y tú? ¿Posible? ¿Es posible hablas en español? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like Spanish is everywhere here. Yeah. Like compared to, I would say Spanish maybe like 30%. I'm gonna go on a limb and say 30%. 30% plus in the United States. So kinda neat that you're learning Japanese. May I ask, where's the hobby of, if no one in South Carolina knows Japanese, where did you pick up the hobby for Japanese learning? Like what I mean is, do you have peers, maybe occasional peers that you've met that coincidentally also resides in South Carolina? No, but your household speaks Spanish. Here it's like 35% Spanish. Yeah, where I used to live, or where here English is like, I live in the suburbs, so in the white suburbs. However, when I was going to school, like graduate school and whatnot, I would say Spanish is like 3 out of 10. Yeah, at least 30%. In any like near metropolitan area, it's very difficult to walk through a day without Spanish. And then I ended up taking Spanish like in high school and college because other languages, I was more of a pragmatist when I was a younger person. So out of the 3 languages, it would be Spanish. Despite growing up in a state, I grew up in Pennsylvania. So despite that state having German related heritage, German itself is not really spoken. Despite being offered like German, French, or Spanish, you know, the classic 3. I ended up taking Spanish. What did you take in high school? I imagine when you were in high school, you had a choice, right? I am a millennial, so you dropped out of college and felt like a failure? Oh no, that can't. Maybe it's just not the right thing. You're an otaku. Oh, otaku. Ah. But cool. Oh, a cool otaku. Okay, fair enough. Treat Japanese like a college course? Solid. I mean, based on what you're doing, that's a lot. That's a lot. You're already 400 days into WaniKani. That's can't knock on that. That's some serious dedication, right? Felt like a failure. May I ask, if it's not too personal, right? With your own discretion, why do you feel like a failure if you dropped out of college? Was it any particular reason? It's like the 1 course instead of like 6 courses. That's fair. Was it the workload then? Because you mentioned 6 courses. Maybe the overall workload? I can understand. Yeah, nowadays colleges, like a lot of others, find that they can try again, but in that way, like 1 or 2 courses, like slowly distributed, as opposed to the workload thing. Sometimes I feel like understanding the reason of falling out or dropping out of college is a win, and then being able to understand it is a great way to like overcome any sort of feeling of failure, but more like turn that failure into an asset. So hopefully your that experience has taught you something about yourself that you can use. Yeah, probably also was boring. Oh, interesting. I wonder how you alleviate the boredom. How's it different this time? Maybe because Japanese is something you're interested in? And then you party too much? That's fair enough. The partying thing, that would be a difficult thing I could have to be able to empathize. I was a worker. I was married to science. So partying was less attractive than science itself, or like the pursuit of academics. So here I am, still doing it, of course, like studying things. If someone asked me if language learning was a hobby, which you mentioned that it's a hobby, or language learning for me is not a hobby, it's an obligation. Or like learning is an obligation. Language learning itself, the context of learning a language, is curiosity. For sure, you missed too many days too early, so you knew you were cooked. Fair enough. Well, there are alternatives. Not that I'm saying you should go back to college or try again. I like to hope that when you're strictly saying you dropped out of college and felt like a failure, that felt, the word felt, is a past tense. So now you're just like, nah, I got what it takes. Now I'm just doing it the way that I am able to, right? You won't go back? That's fair enough. The idea of college is not one-dimensional, I would say. So what you're doing is not that dissimilar from college itself, right? The format might not be for you, and very specific aspects of it might not be, but you can't really take a scholar, like the scholar, out of a scholar if they were still a scholar, right? So hopefully that's something in the past and you make do with whatever it is that you're going to do now. You have any are you enjoying all of your experience and lack of sleep? You definitely wouldn't have taken this route unless you failed college, so it's a blessing, and you're in an interesting timeline. That's a great way to look at it. Praise. That's a great way. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Oh, you're really enjoying it. Nice. Nice. Good. You love Japanese, huh? Tell me a very what is something that addicted to it like weed? Well, those are some strong words. I can see now, I can better appreciate what you mean by lack of sleep. Lately, what has been a recent, like, ever-present routine? Like, is there a particular lifestyle that has been spawned from your love of Japanese? Something that you do routinely? Your JOPT 5 so far? Omedetou. Omedetou. I haven't, wait, so you taken the JOPT 5 exam? Congratulations if you did. I hear a lot about these exams, but I typically... You failed N4 twice. Well, third time's the charm, right? May I ask, what part of N4 did you find that was maybe like difficult or elude your consistency? I'm curious.
Kyute.
Alright, so we gotta write something for Kyute. Nah, maybe not. We'll move on for now, since Q is the onyomi. Yeah. Register of names. Yep, that's fine. Are we gonna go with Meibo? Meibo sounds okay.
Meibo.
Meibo. Okay. Wash. Oh, it's the other wash. Oh no, it's Taku. Taku? Yeah, that's fine. Sentaku is great. So we'll move on with that too. You passed the vocab section and listening. You failed grammar by 4 points. Dang. Is this before or after you started Genki? Have you like kept up with your Genki the whole time? Or did you start Genki a little bit after N5? Oftentimes I find that people pick up most of their N5 before really diving into something dry like a textbook. Thought you were gonna fail listening? Well, apparently you didn't, so that's cool. But now you just have to brush up on your grammar, huh? Intriguing. You finished Genki 1 and no Genki 2. You stopped when you started RTK in January. Oh, okay. I see. How you liking RTK? Alright, account book. Yeah, notebook plus record book. So, Chobo. Public acknowledgement. Yosho? Oh, yeah.
表彰
Yosho. That's pretty good. Surface clear. So far, you've done 547 kanji out of the 2200 or so. Yeah, I have no idea where we are. Oh wait, I think I can. Where are we? Let's look. I mean, as far as WaniKani goes, I guess that's 1,719 kanji, but that's not what you're referring to, probably. Maybe retain 200 out of the 547 can write from memory. Oh, yeah. I have combined. I study Chinese at the same time. So most of the time, they overlap with the Chinese, because the Chinese is at around, it's around 4,000. So when it comes to character writing and whatnot, Japanese is very much being supplemented by Chinese.
名簿
How do you call this? Like a registry book? Register of name. You've burned 949 kanji on WaniKani. Nice, nice. How do you go about rotating and checking on its burn consistency every so often? Like maybe 6 months, something like that? I do occasional exercises to do like a spot sampling. You don't? Not yet? Maybe? Perhaps?
宮廷
Yeah. I'm like double dipping. So every time a character comes up, it's come up at least 20 or so times in like 4 different contexts, since I'm also looking at Chinese at the same time. You don't use any like Anki or anything with WaniKani? Fair enough. Like for Japanese, I've seen like the first 600 to 1,000 kanji, like 4 or 5 different contexts. So that's kind of how that works out. Too much for you? Fair enough. Like a context would be to read it, you know, like on Tadoku or something. That would be another context in which you would see those characters. To give you like a maintenance. You used to Kaniwani but quit? Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, Kaniwani kind of feels like Bunpro. Where they tell you a word and you're like, which word am I looking for? I have 20 characters I could use that aligns with that same word. Let's go pick up a vocabulary. You play a bunch of Nintendo Switch games? Oh yeah? Yeah, Nintendo Switch games. Oftentimes the Nintendo Corporation incorporates furigana as well. So like you can toggle furigana on and off as well to like discover reads of new characters as well when you're reading. You understand most games made by level 5? Level 5 is a solid team. Solid team. Have you played their recent like larger social, like a casual sim game? It's not on the Nintendo, I mean, it's not exclusive on the Nintendo Switch. That's why I'm mentioning it, because Fantasy Life? Fantasy Life 1 has quite a lot of casual things. A very long one. It's a slow life RPG. I'm pretty sure it's on the Nintendo Switch too. I played level 5 before level 5 became a Nintendo thing. Like they align with Nintendo quite a bit, but level 5 is cross platform. And I still remember the Dark Cloud days. They made Dark Cloud and Dark Cloud 2. Then they moved on to like various successful things, but Fantasy Life is a slow RPG. It's called a slow life RPG, and those are the ones where you have slice of life conversations all the time. So you'll get vast quantities of it's like Animal Crossing but with a fantasy spin on it, which is interesting. I play quite a few games myself too. Whoops. What do they have? Selection? Oh no, whoops. Sorry. I'm thinking of Taku, another Taku. I'm thinking of Sen. This is laundry. You play Yokai Watch. Oh yeah, the Yokai Watch stuff. Ooh. You love Dark Cloud and Persona 5 and Mario. Well, you hit on some of this stuff. I am gonna try to complete a Persona Legacy project this year, hopefully this year. My first Persona game was Persona 3 on the PlayStation 2. That was the last console that I had, PlayStation 2, before we head on to college. Even bought the FES version. And then obviously then Persona 4 came out, Persona 5, but it was not until Atlas and Sega, now Atlas Sega, started publishing their games on the PC that now I can revisit Persona stuff. Neat. Mario, I have like zero experience with Mario, but you can't not know about Mario despite not playing most Mario games. You're so different than most people here. Also, you're mixed black and white with dreadlocks and bunch of tattoos, smoke hecka weed. Okay. Fair enough. Well, that is something I can probably empathize with. I am very much different from most people here. A story of my life. I can relate in a different way, in a more emotional way, like social construct way, not necessarily a cultural mixing way. Right. So speaking Japanese blows people's minds. I could imagine. Usually I do the other thing. You know, I do the reverse thing. I'll talk to the kids like, hey, yeah, man, that stuff slaps, right? Sometimes it hits different. Know what I mean? Gotta pat that aura. That's what I typically do when to get people to feel uncomfortable. Just throw in some Gen Z slang and then you're like, it's not too much to make people weird these days, I suppose. You did make one Japanese friend here? Wow. That is quite a statistical anomaly. Itakum on Line app? I see. Fair enough. Interesting. Oops.
帳簿
How do I do that? Notebook? Do you do any language exchange, or is this person multilingual?
表彰
Public acknowledgement. Osaka. Oh, he went back to Osaka. He lived here, he met at your job. Oh, and then Hillsdale for 3 months. Smoke weed, nice. Interesting. He went back to Osaka. Interesting. Chilled for 3 months. I imagine you had a lot of opportunities to do some cultural and language exchange. You ever have any plans to visit Japan and or even decide to reside in Japan? Oh, hey. We got
Manga.
manga. Okay. Yeah. His English wasn't very good. That's understandable. Comic dialogue using sai, really? Oh, this is manzai. Yeah, manzai refers to double act. Yeah, the funny man and the straight man.
Manzai.
Manzai. We're doing nakadako for this. Manzai. Speaking of Osaka, right? Osaka, manzai. Manzai comedy is a thing. Coincidental. Very coincidental. Yeah, you're going to stay with him and his wife from July 15th to August 5th? That sounds awesome. Sounds very awesome. Networking at its best. Dry up. Zao. Zao. Wait. No. It's not the left side. Let's give me a sen. So. Okay. So jiao and so, I guess. Syrup? Or manipulate. No, it doesn't line up. Interesting. Tao and Zao. And you got a job at his friend's restaurant? Oh, dang. So you're well on your way. Well on your way. I imagine then that JOPT thing factors in, right? Hey, get that N3 and you know, things can really change. Glad to hear it. You know the great thing about opportunities, if you're able to see it and seize it at the same time, right? Because sometimes, despite having rare opportunities or common opportunities, you might not be able to see it. It's lovely to hear that your life is like that. Sounds you have a very eventful life. He said he can get us weed. Oh no. We probably want to keep that on a discussion, you know, on the download, the discretion. He's certainly living it up. What did it? Syrup? Fire and syrup? Dry up the syrup? Okay. I'd probably like to soothe the soul. We'll go with that. You seem like a very happy person. You studied Mandarin a little? Chandama. I mean, honto ni? Honto? Chundama is the same thing, you know. Does your Japanese friend know any Mandarin? 你可以听到一点中文。Oh no, okay. For your friend, I see. There's a lot of interesting things you can do with the kanji that you already know, like all the later kanji, like this type of kanji, like all the quote unquote later, like the higher kanji, are all the common, most of them are common Chinese characters. So like it's a flip. It's quite a flip oftentimes, where if you're like the Japanese, many of the Japanese like kanji are kind of exotic in Chinese, but the Chinese ones, the common ones, are pretty high on the Japanese ones. So oftentimes when you probably get to the later kanji, they're easier to read progressively with Chinese, and then the other way around. Yeah, like if you know Chinese, Hanzi, you can read Japanese newspapers a lot. Like, you can read formal things a lot better than studying the early N5 to N4 things. Like, most of the time now, it's a coincidence, obviously. I didn't know this because I was illiterate in Chinese when I started. I started at the same time, around the same time as Japanese. Nowadays, when I'm reading this, like when I'm reading this stuff, it's a lot easier because it just so happens that later down the road, when you're learning all the formal terms, like all Japanese formal terms, most of them line up with Chinese. Just don't know the kunyomi readings, I imagine. Yeah, you just don't, like, onyomi can help. Onyomi can help for sure. The kunyomis, you still need to know all the reads. Japanese reads, there are a couple reads that line up, but they're all novel reads. Like ko, sho would line up with like jiao, zheng, sheng. So it's a little bit of a mix. Like shi can line up with shi, but it often lines up with ji and yi and ki. And then like jiao, zheng, tongue, all of them line up with like various things like cho, so chao, or cho and stuff, but you still have to learn all of them, you know. You learned all the tones on Duolingo? Oh, interesting. I did spend the first year on Duolingo to extract some stuff. It actually took from the 1 year of Duolingo, like 1.5 years of Duolingo-ish, it took like the first 4 or 5 months of WaniKani before we exhaust whatever it was on Duolingo. And then the Chinese course was shorter back then. It was shorter 2.5 years ago. Crazy. And that's when we stopped, when we completed the Chinese course, and now it's like double the length, so I have no idea what's in it. We have to go back to do it and to do the rest. And it used simplified Chinese. So simplified Chinese, that's interesting. And it took a while as well. Like simplified Chinese course was 1,200 characters. So it took a long while through HanziHero before we stopped overlapping as well, which is good because we were reviewing anyways. You completed the Japanese course in April last year, 2025. Dang, I'm in the middle of it, so we haven't gone back yet. I was trying to confine these projects to yearly projects, but now I'm making an exception for 1.5 years because we're kind of in the 1.5 year mark. I'm in like section, oh, they reorganized, but somewhere around section 3, unit 46 or something like that. And I noticed that there's a bunch of TLC. So I can't wait to explore again, explore Duolingo with a new lens. It'll be interesting. Very interesting. Let's see. Revise plus correction. So what do we have here? Probably teise or teisho. Teisho sounds better.
訂正
Okay, teise. Fair enough. Yeah, you had to stop Mandarin to focus on Japanese more since you started kanji. I see. And now you're addicted to learning chess. That's a great one, chess. You're on the last section for Duolingo chess course. Solid, solid. I've been meaning to try it out. I used to play chess way back though. Like, we're talking about high school chess. And by sheer coincidence, 7 years ago, there was one day that I was revisiting chess because of like some sort of content creation related thing, just for fun, and still pretty good. Like chess, shogi, and Go, Othello, checkers, right? Chinese checkers. There are quite a lot of your fundamental board game stuff that definitely gets the juices going, the brain juices going. Nowadays, when it comes to my standard bread and butter, I do game theory stuff, like games that deal with builds and whatnot. So most of the time, you know, deck builders, tabletop games, advanced scenario games, and things like that, like 4X games, expansion games, base building, simulation, right? Factory games, things that deal with optimization and logical circuits. And then, of course, I have a soft spot for RGG, Ryuga Gotoku Studios stuff. So all of Like a Dragon. Before I started this language learning journey 2.5 years ago, we played all the Yakuza and Like a Dragon games. And now we play every annual release, which this year happens to be a little bit special. It might still be an annual release, but Stranger Than Heaven is marked for winter. So that's going to be our next game. We played the Like a Dragon games in Japanese, Chinese, and English. So the nice thing about them is they're multi-dubbed. Yakuza you just learned about 3 years ago. Ah, okay. Yeah, they're going back to redub all the things too. And it's one of the reasons why I'm learning all 3 languages, or at least to read all 3 languages. So right now I'm simply reading all 3 languages. Chinese, I have speaking and listening training already because of my parents. However, I was illiterate. So when I decided to learn to read Japanese, specifically we're focusing on reading Japanese because most people type to me, you know, type Japanese, and I'm usually reading Japanese. And then Chinese, so we just lump it in. So we started Japanese, then staggered Chinese with Japanese. And I was brushing up on my Spanish, but then it was too much to juggle all 3. So it's my Spanish literacy and speaking is a probably closer and equivalent to my Chinese speaking and listening skills. However, I read more Spanish, obviously, than Chinese. Now, 2.5 years later, that's maybe up for some debate. Yakuza games are wonderful to brush up on slice of life related things, because outside of the organized crime stuff, you know, like talking about the organized crime stuff, most of their dialogue deals with exchanging casual conversation. Do I know how to type in Japanese? I do. I do using a Romanized keyboard. However, I also write. I typically write on the screen. So I use a writing implement, like a pen, to write Japanese and Chinese. And also, I have limited exposure to a flip keyboard. I'm not sure if you've tried flip keyboarding because you're on the Line app. So if you're on the Line app, there's a chance you can use a flip keyboard to enter Japanese as opposed to using Romaji, right? Romaji to enter. But the vast majority of my entering in Japanese is Romaji, using an IME, like the Windows IME. You know how to, you are doing alone now more than me, and I do more than most, I think, doing a lot. Oh, that's fair. You know, it's not a compliment. You used a Kana board? I used a Kana board, yep. Nice. Kana board is great. I have yet to have too much experience with Kana board. Most of the time, like, I'm doing this, so I don't have other time to do most things. So when you're saying doing a lot, while I'm unemployed, this is where I fill most of my time. So most of the time, it's whatever the most common form that I'm interacting with someone. So it's usually using my keyboard that I have now. And then the rest, when we talk about stuff, we would be writing on the screen. So I would like take a pen device like this. Right. I would do a pen device and I would write on the screen. Yeah. I like writing. Writing fits in with the whole amateur drawing thing. You work 10 a.m. to usually about 8 p.m. 5 days a week. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. 10-hour days, huh? Is obviously exercising discretion. May I ask, what does your professional background entail? Like, is it a craft? Are you a craftsman? A service worker? You do WaniKani in between? That's a way to maximize your time, for sure. I used to work in science, so I used to do research. I researched in science. That's 10 years ago though. That's a decade ago now. Oh wait. A little shy of a decade ago. Almost a decade ago. From front desk representative. Okay, at a hotel, 125 rooms. Ah, you know, I met another person who is in that same position. I haven't heard from her for a while now. She like go back and forth between like learning Korean and Japanese. Couldn't really decide. Yeah. There's a little artwork on the side. Let's see, revised edition. Oh, there's edition. And there's revise. What is that? Kote pan. Kote ban. Kaite. Oh, that's kai. Feels bad, man. Let me make sure I know why this is kai. Self. I think we're gonna change that up into foreman. So we changed that up to foreman. Then we have what? Guy. Oh yeah, guy. So kai. Kaiteban. Kaiteban. Fair enough. 10 hours a day. Well, you certainly have time for some Japanese review. Shocked. shocked. Oops. Asking for meaning. Ah! I typed ko instead of so. That's weird.
Manga.
Surprised? Are you talking about Kai? Thinking about characters here that would line up with Kai, if that's what you're talking about. Your Japanese friend was surprised you could speak Japanese. That is kind of a that would be the reaction. Is it? What do they call this? A comic style? Comic dialogue, comic double act? Alright, fair enough. You mistyped out? That's perfectly alright. No worries. Language learner, right? It's normal. It's our bread and butter. We have to figure these stuff out. Whether you mistype or not, I gotta be able to read it too. Like, what I mean is, it's the typical thing. You need to do your 15 new kanji for the day. It's 12:30 p.m. Good luck on your new kanji. Yeah, and then get some rest, and then it's the weekday, so you gotta work, right? You gotta work. Get ready for. Keep rest up. Hopefully you're also staying physically healthy. You know, that lack of sleep, I imagine it was a euphemism and you were being a little facetious. Hopefully you're getting enough sleep.
改訂版
Manzai.
They decide to call this a, well, like comic double act. You got a girl that keeps you up, so not getting sleep. Oh, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. What does she do late at night? Consultation, if that's not too personal, right? Discretion. Consultation makes sense. It lines up with a consultant seeking like a consult. Oh yeah, there it is. Yep, to a committee. All right. Okay. So what do we have? We have Shimon. To consult with. Ooh, no kunyomi. Let's guess what this could be. Oh, could it line up with asking? Maybe like Kanaru. No. Shiraru. No, Shiraru doesn't sound right. Let's try Kanaru.
Hakaru.
Hakaru. Okay. Haka. Alright. Fair enough. Haka's pretty reliable. So let's write something. She's a property attendant. Okay. She covers the hotel night shift, so like 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, do you guys work in the same place too? Perhaps? So someone calls saying they are locked out of their room at 2 a.m. You gotta drive her back to let them in. Oh, that. Oh, okay. Got you too. Okay, so say next mouth. But no sleep, fair enough. Hopefully the two of you are managing. Okay, we got haka, do, salt. Alright. You say next. Have to. She next. Okay. Haka, a. Do, that is a haka. You consult with Dual that for eating the cheat. Yeah, but thanks for motivation. Good to see someone else struggling through with you. Yeah, fair enough. Struggling through. Hopefully I don't. Oh, you're talking about your girlfriend? Your girl? Or are you talking about me? Hopefully I don't give the impression that I'm struggling through something. You gotta do this stuff with a smile, you know? Bottle makes sense. A different bottle. What do you look like? Hi, right? Hi. Bing. Oh, wait. Bing makes sense. Okay, Bing. Or is it ping? Ping? No. Bing. No. Bing. 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 Oh no. 杯？不是杯子，是是瓶 right？ 瓶 Bing. Oh, you're talking about me? Okay. Even I know that one, brother. I like bear bottles. Anyway, peace. Alright, take care. Yeah, take care. Bottle, even you know that one. What a way. So let's see. Ping. What is the right? Oh, they didn't combine it into tile. I guess we'll use tile for this. Tile and bin. And a lantern or a gate. Is this used as a counter? It's not used as a counter. But it's a single read. Okay. Onyomi. Yeah, we're gonna use tile. But the left side, the Hornet Gate, just isn't that great either. A Hornet Lantern is not that great either. Nope. None of these is gonna give me that. Alright. What do you have? You see horns on a lantern that can hold 10,000 yikes. Oh, this kind of stinks. Oh, all right, horn. Gate. Pile. Bottle. Thing. Not the greatest. Not that great. Seki.
席
Oh, Seki. Alright. Embankment. Can we just call this a Seki as well? Probably not. I mean, there's a rare chance that it's Te. I doubt it.
包み
Tsumi. Okay. A package. Tsumi. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take it. I do like nested Japanese things. For 3 plus Ana. We'll go with it. Oh.
測る
包み
指紋 席
Seki. Alright. I'm gonna probably take a break in the middle of this. And we're gonna hit our 4-hour period, so we'll probably end up doing some of the early reviews as well. I doubt I can move fast enough. Embankment, plus way, or prevent, embankment, prevent, makes sense. Tebo or teho,
堤防
table. That was our gut feeling, unless some random change. It could randomly change. The drift. Hyo is not gonna cut it. 2. Let's go with 2.
漂う
Hatayo. Hatayo. Oh goodness. Alright, fair enough. I think we're gonna use spray from now on. And is that a ticket? It's a ticket. Yeah. And what do we have for it? Yo. Oh yeah, tada yo to dressed. So yo oh my ticket with yo and the beach. Yes. Tadayo. Okay. Plow? That is certainly plow. Give me a E. Oh no, wait. This is gonna be a kunyomi, right? Because it's probably a verb verse, verb forward. So let's go with coal. It's coal. All right. And so it's not kunyomi. So I was guessing coal based on this looking like coal, but I was expecting kunyomi. But coal works. All right. Interesting. That makes sense. Hyoryu. Drifting ashore. Oh, that's weird. Oh, because of arrived. Yeah, true. Is that chaku? Or is it ka?
漂着
Chaku. Okay. Okay.
Table.
Sounds like table. Table.
漂着漂う
Ayo. What the? Oh, typo.
漂流
Change one's mind. All right, flip ideas, yeah, or flip the mind. Good enough. Hongi.
本意
Okay, fair enough. Translation makes sense. Flip like translation, like flip the language. So
Honyaku.
honyaku. All right, cool. Agreement. Interesting. I'm not sure about this one. The lineup on this one. Kun, right? Kun. Although I haven't used kun. Kun. Oh, kunding, and shokan, shokan. Which shokan is bad? Like I'm not. It's hard to remember. All right. Stop the moon, and at least we can come to an agreement on. Sure. Cole. Really? Really? Alright. Guess we're in agreement on that one. Oh, I guess we'll get to that when we get to that. To bellow. Okay, so we still have fan, right? We still have fan as part of this. As opposed to flip. Or to flutter. You know, this could end up being toru. Or it could line up for like aoru. What is another form of like fluttering and stuff? That's fine.
Kirugaeru.
Kirugaeru. Oh my, come on. Oh, hirugaeru. Oh, you know what? We can break this up into Japanese too. Hiru and gaeru or kaeru. But rendaku. Does that even make sense? Let me think about it. We can go with like spacious, or we can go with afternoon. No, that's not great. Dang. Alright. Okay, number, feathers. Flip. I think we're gonna use hiru for afternoon. Ga do. Hirugaeru. Interesting. Maybe we'll learn more about that one. Crack. Kiteki? Kiseki? This can also be figurative to refer to leaving or following some sort of trace. Following some sort of trace.
Kiseki.
Kiseki. Fair enough. Okay.
本意
Only
翻訳 奇跡 翻る
Alright. Orbit. Oh, okay. Sure. Orbit. I see it. A rut in the road. Just keep on going in a circle or trajectory.
起動
Kido. Alright. Japanese Empress. Got you. Coal. No, or what is that? Coal? This has got to change a little, right?
皇后
Coal. Okay. Bye. Then dakuing it. Fine. Coal. Okay. Alright, I got you. Fat. It could be a she. It could be a he. Or it can just straight up end up being a kunyomi. Because it's like it has special properties of an animal. Okay, it ended up being she. Fair enough. I think we're okay with the moon thing. This is just flavor. We're just gonna use flavor or purpose. Flavor, moon. Bat. Flavor. Alright, inside excitement. Okay. I guess we're going like
興
Kyote.
奮
Kohun. What is going on? What happened to Kyo? Alright. Hang on. Is Cole an alternative read before? Oh, I didn't incorporate it. I think we're okay. Despite that. It's not that far of a pivot to get from Kyo to Ko.
興奮
Fair enough. Wait, this was Fun? Oh yeah. I thought Te. I keep saying Te for this. Fun. Fair enough. Excitement. Browsing. Fair enough. One more word. All right.
奮起
Funki.
Kogo
Or rousing. It's fine.
起動 奮起 興奮
All right. Restaurant. Ending with te. Hey. All right. To look up at. Actually, I wonder if they. No, I figured. To look up at. What do we have for this? Yo. Not good enough. Maybe it's gonna be something like just migu. I doubt it. Maybe like sagagu. No, that sounds so silly. How about kasagu?
仰ぐ
Aoku? Really? All right. Well, it's all. We're gonna look up something at blue, right? Owl. I'm on board. I'm on board the owl train. All right, leader. A cat pirate. I kind of like cat pirate. What would my alternative be? Box of stamps? Yeah. Yo. So we got owl. Good. Got that. How good is it? It is soft. Run. Run. Right, run. 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 Ren. Ren. Yeah, Ren. Car that lacks is really soft. Car that's lacking is really soft. Sure. I wonder if this ends up lining up with like Sawa or something. None. Interesting. Yeah. Alright. It's made of none? Sure. I think that's okay. Intriguing. None. Oh no, wait. Yawarakai. Yawarakai. That is yawa. Oh, what did I say? I said sawa. Yawa. I was thinking yawa. This is yawa. Okay. I don't know why I thought sa as opposed to ya. Okay. So it is the same character. None. Compass. We just got a kun, didn't we? Yeah, so ao shi. I mean, presumably.
Gyogyoshi.
Yogyoshi. Oh my goodness. They went with the kunyomi, the onyomi. Yogyoshi. Way to throw it backwards at my face. I'm taken aback, that's for sure. Amazed, horrified, flabbergasted. Alright. Maybe not so taken aback, but more like, you got me. You got me, Japanese. Gyoten. It could get a weird Nendaku for no apparent reason.
Gyoten.
Okay, Gyoten. It's fine. There's always a chance it would be like weird. Taking it back though, that's a little weird. Look up to the head. I can kind of see it. Like the action of looking up to the heavens as taking it back. Because I kind of do that already. I look away. I typically look up when I get get surprised or something like that. Or look down. Oh goodness gracious. Okay.
Take.
I don't think this changed.
Aogu.
Aogu. Aoku. Aok.
Gyogyoshi.
I have no idea how this worked. I wasn't even paying attention. How could this translate into... Oh, pompous, not the other form of inspiring, excessive in its way. Okay, I see.
Gyoten.
Gonna pop that chest out. Religious faith. Okay. Yeah. Shinko is a instead of Gyo. We already had a call pivot from a Kyo. This is a call pivot from a Gyo. I think I'm okay with it. Chinko. I feel like this has got to be different, right? Haka is okay for kunyomi read though. No, haku is actually less so, but still possible.
吐く
Haku, all right, that's fine. This is a call probably. Holy, that is 5 calls in a row. Or 5 calls within the last, like, one within the set. Yeah, this is Cole for sure. Cole is reliable for this one. And it's suburbs. Does this change? I feel like it does.
おば
Yeah, it changes to all. Compliment. Yeah, okay. It lines up with Oba, the other Oba. Yodogawa? Yodo. Oh, yeah. Yodogawa. Oh, that's kind of cool. Eddie and River.
淀川
Yodogawa. Alright.
進行吐く淀川おば
Oh no. I've forgotten. Hang on. Like. Okay. Ancient tomb. Makes sense. I guess we can go with. It could end up being Rendaku because this is kind of important historically. But
古
Kofun.
墳
Kofun. Okay. Fine. Grave. Makes sense. Tomb and grave.
墳墓
Bunpro. Okay. Bunpro. It's okay. Corner? Can we get a kaku? Oh no, wait. We kind of... Oh no. We kind of know this because of Bunpro. I don't remember anymore. Gonna go with... Oh, this might be Kunyomi actually. Sumi. Honestly, I might change Sumi into a... Oh no, we did. Yeah, we did. It's this. Yeah, Katasumi. Katasumi is the one that we got. Because I remember the mnemonic off Sumi. Oh, alright. Could use black ink. To me and black ink is very important to me, so I think we're gonna use black ink. It's very important to me because of Sumie. So what we got? Center. Corners. Sumi. Hmm. Hmm. Magnificent. Robust and big. Alright, fair enough. Grand, epic.
壮
Gold
大
eye. That's a 50-50. Time of life? Yeah, robust life. Years, or robust years. Yeah. Time of life.
壮
So
年
then, okay. Alright, cool.
古墳墳墓
壮大
Oh no, prime. That's fine.
壮年
Alright. We're down to our 50. I might take a break. No, we're gonna go. Let's go through. We took a break with our double casual conversations. Alright. Send off. Okay. That's okay. It's not that great. Usually for a celebratory send off. Oh. That's a little better. A little better.
走行
Doko. Counter. Ha. Wa. Oh, I can actually kind of see why it's wa. Fair enough. Fair enough. Ship counter. Ooh. Ship counter. Maybe like Goon, June, Shoal, Shu, Chu. Turkey sitting on the stool. Seki. Oh man, once you become the best ship captain, well, everyone think you're super. No. The turkey, the Seki, you know. They don't have to be disjointed and compartmentalized, man. They have to be connected. Well, that's certainly a way to go about it. Grasp. Fair enough. It's a secondary. Oh, like,
把握
Hayaku. Haku. Oh, yeah, that's right. It leads into it. Haku. Transport. The double. And
運搬
the Han. Right? In front of a Han. Okay.
は 走行
運搬
運
Haku.
Transportation, yep. Send and transport, fair enough. Medical context, intriguing.
Hansou.
Carry out, makes sense.
搬出
Hanshitsu. Alright, residence. Yeah. Can I get like a key? Yeah. Oh yeah, that is a T. Dang it. I think of D. When I think of D. Like D. Gotta think of T. Let's see. All right, I got you.
ほら
Hoda, how dare you not keep Do? All right, hold on. Mask. We're gonna use
Hoda.
mask. No. Okay. Hollow. Yep. Okay, fair enough. I can kind of see that. Two open areas.
空洞
So, makes sense. Alright.
搬送
Oh, take out.
ほら
Take away? That's the same thing. Wait. Or maybe not. Carry out? Oh, dude. Don't even. I'm not gonna even go there. That is awfully non-inclusive.
Kudo
搬出
Double caves, fair enough. I wonder if this changes. Like to Hora, what is that? Horana? I doubt it. So what is that then?
洞
Doka.
穴
Doketsu. Oh no, they changed it up. They changed it up. There's Horana. Horana is one. You can also use the kunyomi and say Horana, but then you'll never learn that reading for Ketsu. Interesting. Oh, that's the onyomi. There wasn't an onyomi for it.
洞穴
Doketsu. Okay. I got you. If you want to be less formal, I see. Interesting that Horana ended up being less formal. No, actually not. Never mind. Doketsu. I got you. County. County. Is it just gonna be Ken or something? Another Ken? Who? Gun. Ki or E. There are a couple choices. Oh, okay, they went with Gun. Fair enough. Alright. It still works. I think. Yeah, it still works. One's lifetime. Intriguing.
生涯
Shogai. It's a 50-50. Whether it's say or sho. Shogai. Okay. Quarantine. Oh. I guess. It's kind of weird for Ken. I would have thought of something more like detained or enclosed or isolated. Like Ueki or something like that. Oh, well, Ueki is more like secluded. Maybe something more like tied up. Wadeki.
検疫
Genki is good. Good enough. Explanation. Yaku? Would be kind of taku. Yaku taku. Shaku. Okay, fine. And seki. Shaku. Shaku. A shack works. Not like shack, but shack with a CK. Oh, that's a sickle. Did I change this up? I did. I did change this up. Because I'm changing this up from a shrimp. Even though it's heavy, or even though it's related to ebi, there's also shaku. It's kind of funny because that is shaku on the right. Although I think the other shaku was kunyomi. This is shaku as an onyomi. Measure the droppings in shaku as an explanation. Actually, that ties it up pretty well. Oops, Shogai. Shogai. Shogai.
Doketsu. Shogai. Keneki.
Okay, immunity. Excuse the exempted. Fair enough. Immunization. Meneki. Alright. Fat? Yeah, the other fat. They put both fats together. Either this is gonna go with like a whole, possibly, or it's just gonna straight up kun the way. But bowl is okay. Bowl. Alright. Fair enough. Okay. Infectious disease. Yeah. Ekibyo is standard. Uncle, yeah.
おじ
OG. Okay, it lines up with the other OG. Scream. Yo, what? Okay. Juan. This right character is I think it's a sound carrier. But what sound was it? Kai? Sun. Oh no. Han. Dang it. Wait. At least I think. Hold up. I could be overstepping. No, yeah, it's a carrier. Do we have another example? There's so few characters. And don't let anyone hear me. Don't let anyone hear me say that there are too few characters. All right. We want to reduce this. Yeah, I want to reduce this. And I can actually use the Japanese to reduce this. Right? No, it doesn't stand alone. That's why I was looking for the other character. Yeah, they don't have a reduction. I'm still gonna use Ninja though. Let's use Ninja. What do we got? Mouse. Ninja. Green. Fun. Kind of weird imagining Ninja screaming though. Okay.
Meneki. Ekibyo. Oji.
Alright. Lickety split. Innocence. Without wickedness. Or without like evil energy or etc. Simple-mindedness, innocence, yeah, naive. Okay. Mujaki?
無邪気
Mujaki. Okay. Mujaki, fair enough. Another princess. Which princess is this? That's kind of funny. There's kind of a gender role joke about, like, this would be a really funny gender role joke. We're gonna go with An. Oh, this is the Hime. Which Hime? Oh no, which Hime is the Hime? Oh no. I don't... Okay, so this is not the Hime of the Hime. Okay. Alright, it's... Okay. Alright, I guess, I mean, that's fine. We can double up. A faucet? That makes sense. Is this gonna be something weird like ebiguchi? Ebiguchi or ebiguchi?
蛇口
Jianguchi. Oh. We got a ja. Another ja. Is that ja considered? Oh no, ja is considered an onyomi. It's interesting.
蛇口
Jianguchi. I think we're okay with this. To roast. We have a roast. Do we not? But I don't think it's this one. Aseru.
いる
Iru. Oh no, wait. Hold up. Was it? Oh no, it isn't. Dang. Alright, alright. No, no, no. It's not what I'm thinking of.
いる
Alright, so you roast an eagle. Sen. Alright, so we got... We got the boiling. We'll just use burning. Before... And... Iru. Okay. Chastity. 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 Why does this remind me of something else? Oh, jaw? Oh no, that's not it. Oh no, wait, hold up. This is the two that are very, very commonly mixed, I think. Or is it not the same one? Oh no, it's not the same one. Wait. Oh wait, hold up. Best. No, nope. Yeah, I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of Fool. This is all new. Spanking new. Oh, we got toe inside a shellfish. Does that look like a te? Not. The heck, man. This is so tough. Like, what is it being used in? Oh. Oh. It's only being used as that. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Shellfish. We're gonna use stick from. I don't like toe. Toe is much as that. No, it isn't toe. That's just not how toe. That's not what toe looks. As much as I can see what they're getting at. Alright, I don't want to talk about it.
無邪気
蛇口
That's tough. That's really tough.
いる
Completely new. Calculation. I guess. I'm not sure that really screams calculation to me. Counting, allowance, payment. Still doesn't scream that much to me.
感情
Anjo. Oh no. It's another one. I guess it deals with bills and stuff. So actually, so Jo and Te are together. Interesting. Excuse me.
感情
I'm gonna let it go for now. I think Onyomi's supposed to rely on it. That's fine though. Jo. Okay. Okay. Seedling. Unless it's a kunyomi, I'm gonna say sho or myo. Myo. Okay, fair enough. And byo. Myo is fine. That checks out. Remainder. Yeah, remainder. Yeah, the residual or surplus. Okay, remaining surplus. Zanyo?
残余
Zanyo. Okay. The soak. We did to be soaked. Now we have you soaked as transitive. So hitasu.
浸す
Hitasu, okay. Whirlpool. Ooh, whirlpool. Kotsu? Oh no, wait. This is gonna be a kunyomi. Oh no. Ah. Well, that's certainly not what I was thinking. Wall. Ah. By pulling it in your car? Okay, if you put 2 mustaches, that is not what we're gonna do. I guess the other option is jawbone, which doesn't really fly off the shelf as well. I guess the whirlpool is taking your car away. Fair enough. Onyomi. Intriguing.
感情
Oops.
残余 浸す
Okay. Law? Yeah. How do we not have this already? Oh, that's interesting. Formal, formal term, legal, yeah. Along with the other ones, people are likely to use simpler terms, yeah. Like horitsu for laws or Oseki for rules and regulation. And then we have Hoshi.
放棄
Hoki. Oh yeah, standard. Hoki. Alright. Mercy. Like kind-heartedness as well. Ji. Ki Ji. G works. What was the top thing that they went with? Nothing? Okay. Fair enough. Moisture. We have a kunyomi for moisture, right? Oh goodness. Uruoi.
潤い
Uruoi. Okay, water, moisture.
Uruoi.
Fair enough. Internal cause. Okay. Neikin.
内因
Nine. Oh yeah, that's right. Thought Nei is Nai in Japanese. Yeah, that's right. Nine. This is such a cursed character. Yeah, Nine. So cursed. Internal cause makes sense. Cause. A collar? With Jean. It's either gonna be Jean or Keen. Sheen too. Collar. How does that work? Really? Is it lapel? Oh yeah, it's lapel. That's right. Jing, we just got Jing. Oh, alright, sure. Kunyomi. Eddie? How do you Eddie? Oh goodness. All right. We're gonna use outfits or suits. And then prohibit actually. I'm gonna tie it up with prohibit. Then collar. Eddie. Not the greatest, but alright.
潤い
放棄
内因
Wait. Oh. Okay. Almost there. 3 more. Oops. Engaging in work. Okay, obey or follow. Business. Sure. Is the most commonly used in a compound. What was that?
従業
Oh, jugyo. Why did I think it was sho or shu? The jewel for obeying the hornet.
従業
Oh wait. Oh wait. Wow, this sounds like something. Yeah, it's a homonym. That's fine. Jugyo. Fair enough. Lotus. Kunyomi? I wouldn't know. There's no way I would know what this. Oh! No? Kunyomi. So they did go with lean. Or ren. Ren. Lean. Alright, I guess that's fine. Flowers. Fair enough. That will be fine too. To cover. It could be kabu. Kabu. Oh no, that wouldn't work. I don't know. Hit me up. Oh. Really? Really? Hey. I don't like helicopter, nor do I like cowboy. I kind of like West. West is growing on me. I still like copier more than black hole. Wait. Is that supposed to... That's not used for... Map size. Huh. Okay. Alright. That's not that great. Alright. Blood relatives. So that's fair. Or insurance claims. Oh, this is gonna be weird. Chizoku?
血族
Itsuzoku. I thought it might do something weird. Itsuzoku is fine. Pretty normal. Yeah. Young. clear. That's fair. Okay. 네. dio. Does that line up with no. Just whatever. Whatever. Okay. So what? I still feel like we're gonna do tiara. Hey. It's basically clear now. Oh, it's clear outside? I think that's good enough. Or bright or shiny.
Jugyo. Ketsuzoku.
Oh, then. Oh, actually, that could still be that could still mess up. Oh. That could still mess up. It actually isn't being, it's then. Hurried. We had the confused, and I don't remember. We just had a kun for this, right? Otherwise, all I can think about is asa. Oh, it's like awa.
Awatadashi.
Awatadashi. Awatadashi. Awatadashi. Hurried is fine. Or hectic.
Awatadashi.
Okay. Wise. Where am I getting the wise from? This kind of looks like soul or coal again. Soul, coal, toll. Soul. Yep, soul was the first choice. Does actually line up for the right. Because of whole. Whole is the thing that got reinforced quite a bit. Wise. Is it good? The heck, man. How do I not? Oh, does this not have a combination? Really? The closest I can think of is Nope, not close enough though. Alright. Give it an ear for the public heart, you must. Okay. Otherwise, these are stored in your soul. Or, you know, the soul of your public. The Great Depression. Wow. 世界、世界恐慌。
世界恐慌
Oh, 世界恐慌. Fair enough. 世界恐慌. Mission. Does this make sense? Yes. Mission. Just 2 requests put together. This is also something that's interesting that didn't come up yet. Interesting.
請願
Vegan. Doesn't say anything about formalities. Bay? Oh, Riverside. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, no, wait. This is gonna be a kunyomi, probably. Buddha. I can't do uranium. We're gonna use spray. I don't think we're gonna use wedding. I think trellises are far more useful now. And bay. No, it's list, not list. A list. Okay.
慌ただしい
Petition. Fair enough. It just sounds like a more formal request. Or rushed, hurried.
世界恐慌 請願
Alright. Last 5. Prescription. Interesting. This didn't come up yet too. Probably is because isn't commonly used. Historical. Fair enough.
薬法
Yakfo's fine. Pose. Mound. Oh, it's a little different. Oh. That's a little different. Closest I can think about it. Hill or lump. Okay. That's definitely different. The dirt on the forehead of a pig makes a small mouth. Sure. What can we get off of this? Ka. Tsuka. Tsuka. Oh, okay. Tsukunyami. Tsuka. Yeah. I can work with that. Rhythmical. Oh, interesting. We just got rhythmical rhythm. So ritsu Alright. Threat. Odoshi.
脅し
Odoshi cares about the difference between odoshi and kyo both involve threats or intimidation, but the key distinction is the level of severity. Wilder. Okay.
脅し
Again? Whoa. Where did you go? What the? How'd you get in here?
Ritsu 的 薬法 脅し
Okie dokie. With 1 hour to spare. Not bad, not bad. Alright. Oh, look at these lining up triple. Whoa. That's interesting. But that's three line zeros. Alright. Let's go over the stuff. 4.5 hours with 2 conversations. 2 conversations today. That stomach. Yeah. Radicals are pretty quick pass. We have so many radicals inside our ripped brain, you know, our ripply crinkled brain. All right, let's do our definitions here. Greatness. How? It's not approximation. Not county. Summit. Summit is a problem. Oh. We're gonna use sandwiched. Wither. Oil. Wash. Dry up. Bottle. Plow. Agreement. Hat. Soft. Suburb. Accidentally. Ship counter. County. Oh no, wait. That's not county. Residence. This is county. Explanation. Bat. Yell. Wait, was this call? Yeah, or eat, yes. It says chastity, seedling. Whirlpool. Mercy. Collar. Lotus. Clear. Wise. Bay. Mound. Again. All right. Reads here. Who's destined? Korea? Leader in Korea is destined for greatness, but what? Where did the read go? Oh, eagle. Joel. That might be Shaw, right? Gotta be Shaw. Oh, good. Ooh. Something about reading, I think. Or no. I'm using hot and saw. Okay. That's kind of weak. Oh. This one's a little weird too, right? Or no? Oh yeah, it is. It's foot, 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 or just foot. Okay. Back. Try soul in co co no yes no yes yes oh sheep done oh we're gonna use Sumi. Sumi is important to me. Sexy. Hater. Gun. Shack. Actually, I'm gonna use Shaku. Shaku is important to me as well. Bowl. On. Hime works too. Hater. Myo is a separate thing too. So Myo and Myo are separate things. Are the G-ster. Collar. Eddie. So it's E plus B. Read. Rental. Row. Soul. U plus ranch. Do plus cars. And this is just mata. Grammar related. Okay. Well, that was pretty painless time around. All right, let's start reads. So eat, greatness, cho summit, cho call, asa, put in between. There's a chance asa is not but the kunyomi, it sounds like a meatball. Whether su is a special on. To boil. Pretty sure. Baku. Wash. So dry up. Bean. Bottle. Full. Plow. Full agreement. Cheat. At. None. Soft. Full. Suburb. Sumi. I think Sumi. Oh wait, Sumi might actually be a uncharacteristic onyomi. No, it sounds like kunyo.Eki. Ship counter. Te. Residence. Gun. County. Yeah, that's right. Shaku. Shaku might. Shaku is onyomi. Explanation. Oh, fat. Yell. There's a lot of onyomis that come around. Interesting. Hime. Hime is princess. Chastity. Fair enough. Yo, seedling. Sure, that's onyomi. Whirlpool. Mercy. Eddie. Eddie collar. Then I think that's onyomi. So clear. So wise. Ura. Day. Gotta be kunyomi. Okay. Tsuka? Oh, Tsuka is Tsuka kunyomi. And then Mata? Mata is. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani. Pretty good. Pretty good on time, actually. 4.5 hours, not too bad for 2 discussions. So it's roughly around 3 hours-ish. Alright. What is it? 2 a.m. already? Dang, we have to make a mad dash for Bunpro and HanziHero. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and yap. Exchange ideas, thoughts, keep each other motivated. So until next time, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I will be back with Bunpro. Thank you, thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は約31日目です。Is day 131. Let's get right into our lessons. Alright. Oh, the polite with kudasai. Okay. You and kudasai. How is this going to be different from the other ones? So we got... This comes from treating Kyotsukeru as one expression. Okay. Kyotsuke kudasai is commonly used. Okay. So how does this differ? It is an honorific language expression, right? In Japanese, when used in a similar way to nasai, right? It is the imperative form of kudasaru. Yes, which itself is an honorific language equivalent of kureru. Oh. Oh. In this way, it conveys please do a for. Alright.
こちらのサービスを使うにはインターネットでお申し込みください。
So it still does, but it's the addition of the honorific. I see.
こちらのスリッパをお使いください。
So the alt with kudasai is a more popular than nasai and may be used when making requests to almost anybody regardless if they are higher or lower status than you.
後ろの扉をお閉めください。どうぞ、こちらにおかけください。
Go kudasai caution will only be used as part of the humble speech expression. So go suru or o suru. In these cases, it becomes go shite kudasai. Okay, so only as part of humble speech expressions. Okay. Right, te kudasai synonym, and then is a polite neutral way to say, and is used with strangers or equals. Okay, and then this is, however, and the honorific is used for superiors or customers. Okay, however, some verbs like taberu and iku have special honorific forms such as yeah, yes. Oh, okay, so that's the irasharu and the meshi agaru. Yeah, we just got meshi agaru yesterday. And then naide kudasai, fair enough. And I'm guessing this is same neutral stranger, and then kudasai is an honorific, right? I'm guessing we can switch it to the negative. Code. We can't. Not from the stem. So something about kudasai might have to change, possibly. Related, nasai, yeah. Both ask somebody to do something, but the tone is different. Nasai is polite but direct command, while often used by parents or teachers. This is a respectful request form used to politely encourage someone like customers or superiors to do. Okay. All right. I got you. Oh, there's irasharu. Irasharu. Imasu. Oh no. Oh, that is. Oh goodness. So how do I know it's I must off of a that's all right, maybe they'll explain. irasharu is another of the common honorific language expression in Japanese. This means that it elevates the status of another person in order to pay them respect. Okay, it will never be used when referring to a speaker themselves or their own actions. Fair enough. Irasharu can be used to replace iru, kuru, iku. Okay. This is due to the unique perspective that honorific language places a speaker in relation to the person that is being respected. This is a slightly advanced concept that will be discussed more later. Sure. To use irasharu, simply replace iru, kuru, and iku with irasharu.
あなたの隣にいらっしゃるのはお嫁さんですか?
Oh, hey! Yome-san. Oh, Yome-san desu ka? Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. I see.
あと30分で社長がいらっしゃるので準備をしてください。
And then we actually have to shite kudasai with no honorific.
先輩は明日の忘年会にはいらっしゃいますか?
Okay. Alternatively, irasharu may also be used to replace iru, kuru, and iku when they are attached to the te form of another verb. Okay, I see.
田中様が来ていらっしゃったので案内をお願いします。
Right, so like kind of present progressive or past perfect progressive, however, the things that are like when it's ongoing, but it's a state that has changed, but now it's ongoing, things like that too can be changed.
まゆみさんはタクシーに乗っていらっしゃるのでもうすぐ着きます。
Yeah.
今日は歩いていらっしゃいそうです。
Yeah, like in the process. Fun fact. Oide ni naru. Oide ni naru is another expression which can replace iru, kuru, and iku. This was briefly examined previously in our o ni naru grammar point, right? So oite ni naru and irasharu are almost completely interchangeable. Oh, great. Hang on. That was actually yesterday's grammar point. One of yesterday's grammar points. Right. Okay. So, right, to do honorific. These are honorific forms used to respectfully describe other actions, right? It's used with regular verbs becoming... Okay, so, right, you take the mas form, the stem. Same meaning, but showing respect to the writer. Irasharu is a special honorific form that replaces for which... Okay. Almost interchangeable. Or entirely interchangeable. Almost. Okay. Gairu. That's to show existence. Sharu. Oh, right. It also shows existence, but it's the honorific version. Kuru, right? Same. And then Heiku. Oh, it expressed motion. This neutral. Okay. Alright. To be or to exist in a polite form. Oh, there's quite a lot of polite things going on right now. Alright. So this is gozai, probably. Gozaimasu. Right. The same gozaimasu. In like, arigatou gozaimasu. Gozaimasu is a combination of the special class verb gosaru. Oh. Oh, okay. I got you. And then that's how it got gozaimasu. For the plural, for the polite. Aru becomes huh. And the auxiliary verb must. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. It is considered polite speech and is directly equivalent to aru or iru. With the same word?
ありがとうございます。質問はございますか?
Gozaru itself is almost never used in daily conversation in modern Japanese due to the preference of the polite form gozaimasu. Yeah, okay. However, gozaru is regularly used in dramas, manga, and other forms of media, especially historic drama. Yes, I noticed that.
ここは私の家でござる。
In fact, this applies to quite a lot of words. That's whenever someone says like, oh, you'll never use it, or it's old-fashioned, or it's dated. Oftentimes drama, manga, and the media that I consume from time to time tend to use the dated, not old-fashioned, ancient time period stuff. In fact, if we're gonna play the game that's gonna release either in the winter of 2026 or, you know, early 2027, I wouldn't be surprised that I would hear some old-fashioned words again. So this is whenever someone comes around and tells me like, oh, well, you don't have to learn this, or you don't have to learn that, or it's not important, or this is wrong because it's not in modern Japanese. I'm like, that's fine, I suppose. But creative writing, any form of creative writing, that means video game scripts, manga scripts, like plays, theaters, anything of cultural significance will still have those things. Whether it's important to you or not. You know, it's projecting. Whenever someone tells me like, oh, nobody ever says this anymore, it's like, okay, I suppose. Earlier today, I was talking to I was talking to Crazy. I was talking to Crazy Waves, and I was offering my counter to his interpretation of meal prepping. And meal prepping has two separate social media things. I understood that meal prepping can be understood from a fitness perspective, but it can also be understood from a cooking perspective, and they both exist as social media trends. So that's kind of one of those things about learning about what's modern and what's native versus simply being interested in different perspectives. What's minority and what's majority, and what's popular and what's not popular or dated. They're all part of execution of a language. I mean, if you don't like learning language, then that's fair. If you only care about certain things, that's fair. Telling someone what to care about, that's a different story. That's a different story. Let's see. Sagaru literally means to be, and it doesn't matter. Oh, abo. What the? It's a. Oh,
ここは
abode.
私の家でござる。
I was reading this as abode. Yeah, my humble abode. Okay, that's funny. Abode. Sagaru. Sagaru literally means to be, and it does not matter whether the object that is being described is animate, would usually use iru, or inanimate, which would usually use aru. However, irasharu to be is preferred when referring to other people, as honorific language is more respectful than polite speech. Right. Due to this, gozaimasu will often be used to reference to people in place of dearimasu, polite form of dearu. Okay. 私が担当者誰ですか representative. Oh. 担当者 I think that's a new one. 担当者 Okay. 担当者でございます。田中様でございますか？田中様でいらっしゃいますか？ Okay. Notice that de is used in these expressions. In these examples, de gozaimasu itself is considered its own grammatical structure that we will examine in a separate grammar. Fair enough. A little nested there. Garu, yeah, garu. Probably because polite form. Polite formal context. Gotcha. Alright. Well, let's think about this. Okay. So we have the honorific speech and honorific language versus polite speech, right? And honorific command. All right. Interestingly enough, the polite speech and honorific language is what I hear. I pay attention far more often than casual speech in my content, because usually I'm watching videos about professional like jobs and things. Like there's a hierarchy in the context. I don't actually watch that much casual slice of life things anymore. I typically watch like business, commerce, econ, and stuff. It's so recognizable, or far more recognizable at the moment anyways. All right. Right. All right. Oh no, but I can't really resolve which one it is. わからない人は Oh, that's a wa though. So, oh no, wait. But so then oh wait, this can't take. The other one can take.
わからない人はいらっしゃいますか?
Oh, and there's no. Wait, what happened to the. Oh, I'm providing the. That's right. Oh, mate. Oh, mate kudasai. It's a blending of two levels of politeness and grammar. We're looking for grammar that uses honor to say please do not, showing extra respect to the person. Really? So, alright. So that can be used as a... Wait a minute. What was the... I don't know. Oh, I conjugated it incorrectly. Oh, I conjugated it incorrectly. It's the stem. I need to take the stem. Not the
少しお
tail.
待ちください。
I need to take the stem. Okay.
おはようございます。
Stem. Gotta remember, it's stem. Alright, let's get into our vocab. Go a little bit quicker. We're on our dead hours time. Okay. Hygiene. Protect health. Yeah. Hygiene. What is that? Hoken son. Iron. Oh my goodness. Iron. Iron. So many katakana words. Boarding room, like lodging, boarding, yeah, lodging. So what was this? Ge? Geshoku. No, gechuku. Gechuku. Not entirely sure if I have this combination. I don't. Interesting. Uses the get. Alright. I mean, it makes sense. So that's okay. What do we got here? Moment is fine. Moment's good. Think Anki. Second Penki. Holy Penki. Holy moly. Alright, well, this one's gonna be a wee bit of a problem. Okay. Elong period. Yeah, so what does that take? No, enki is fine. Daburu. Double something. Oh, daburu. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you'll be. Boru pen. Yep. The kate kyoshi. Celebration. EY. That one's a little weird. Go a little weird. Omu is to be crowded. This one is it's a bit of a eh. Yeah, a bit of a eh. Alright. 1日目 That's fine. Sit, discuss, meeting, symposium. Interesting. Sadankai. Fair enough. Sadankai. Stop. Okay. Oh no. What was this? Like Mayuke. Okay. Brackets. Katsuko. No, Kakko. Oh. What the?
Kechi.
Okay. Itchy. I saw it in a couple sentences, but miserliness. I think we're gonna see if we can itchy. We're gonna see if we can grab onto Kechi. We'll probably have to write something the second time it comes back around. What in the world am I looking at? Gasoline. Gasoline's done. Really?
ガソリンスタンド。
I was expecting like some sort of station. Okay. like maybe like station or station. Stando. Okay. Announce. Wait, didn't we just got announcer? Yeah, announce. Okay. Alright, let's go through these. I think Koichi is probably the most difficult, since I'm gonna consider it onomatopoeic or like mimetic words. Basically, they're only written in their sound thing. I don't know if that's gonna be a term I'll use in the future, because we've already gone into a large digression about onomatopoeic words. Maybe the word I'm looking for is mimetic here. Yeah, I already had that whole kerfuffle with bruh. Because the words are imitating the sound that's coming from like a human voice, versus like onomatopoeic, as in like it's supposed to mirror the sound that it's supposed to make. But onomatopoeic and mimetic, they are used in that terminology too. A bit pedantic, but that's what we're here for, right? Promotion and maintenance. The promotion and maintenance of physical and mental well-being. So we just gotta protect our health. Which goes at Hoang. A device which has a heated metal or ceramic plate and is used for removing creases. Oh, okay, got you. I might end up... No, this one's fine. Residence where individuals rent rooms and receive meals, often provided by the landlord. This is a new one, so... It's okay. I think fairly memorable. A soft white fiber used in making textiles and fabrics. Right. There might be a chance I only type men as opposed to momen. Well, actually, what's cotton alone? It's not ita. Wata? Oh no, but that's the cotton plant too. So momen is good. A non-Japanese word for liquid substance applied to surface to add color or protect them. All I can think about is a coating, but they went with pinky. Pinky is weird. This one's gonna be a trouble one. The act of changing the time of something that is expected to happen to a later date, so like a postponement. And we combine n and then a period of time. And key. A non-Japanese adjective that is used to indicate a quantity that is 2 times greater than something. Right, daburu. Daburu. Okay. Refer to the days of the week such as Monday, Tuesday, etc. But not the same as Heijitsu. Which is kind of funny that it started on Monday, but Heijitsu is just the what do you call it? Heijitsu. I don't even, oh no, I don't know how to express it in English anymore. The weekdays, and not the weekends. My English is disappearing. A pen that uses a tiny rotating ball to transform ink onto paper. Okay, I'm okay with that. A person who provides individualized instruction to a student in a one-on-one setting, often in the student's home. So we take the house, ka, and then, or kate, which is the household, right? And then kyoshi for teacher. So kate kyoshi. An event or expression of joy and congratulations. Actually, I kind of want to look, make sure. Okay. An event or expression of joy and congratulations. One's a little shaky. Why? Iwai. Okay. A verb that expressed to be full of people or objects, often in a confined space. Almost. Okay. An expression that refers to the initial day of a sequence or events. So, which can be adapted to all the other days as well. A casual meeting or lecture where multiple participants sit around a table and talk, often including time for Q&A. So we're combining the za from sitting, za, and then dan for conversation or discussion, and then kai for like an occasion or a meeting. So dan kai. A non-Japanese word used to command or instruct one to halt or cease an action or motion immediately. Stop. Stop. Okay. The thin line of hair around the eyes, well, above the eyes, above the eyes, that help protect it from dust and moisture. That's an interesting way of thinking about it. Yeah. Long curved punctuation marks used to enclose and group text within a sentence. Cool. No, ka. It's katsu. Okay. A negative adjective that describes someone who is unwilling to spend money or often by being excessively frugal. Okay, this is the kechi. I think I'm gonna think about it as having a catch. Like, what's the catch? Right, kechi. What's the catch? Because oftentimes when you're talking to someone who is stingy, miserly, or pinch penny, there's always a catch. So kechi. I'm not sure if that's what they were going for, but it kind of just works out. A place where one may refill their vehicle's tank with fuel. Remember that it's not station, but stando. Stando. Yeah. Okay. And then a non-Japanese word for a piece of information created with the intent of informing about various events. Right. Announce. Alright, let's get into it. Uh,
このシャツの袖はダブルになっている。
アナウンスをする。
そうする。
座談会で日々のストレスについて話し合う。
卒業の祝いに何が欲しいですか？
部屋の中が人で混む。
Oh, stando. Oh my gosh. What am I misspelling? Oh, I see. I'm doing the American pronunciation of D.
ガソリンスタンドで働く。
Yeah. Gotta do British stuff. Not just British, but I don't know. The last time I checked, Stan versus Stan. Yeah, Stan is not that great. But I can kind of see why they used ta because it lines up with the da. Ta. Regardless. Keep that in mind.
雪のせいで電車がストップした。
アイロンをする。
犬を飼い始めてまだ1日目だ。
Interesting.
これは誰のボールペンですか？
Okay.
家庭教師のバイトをする。
運動会が延期されました。
カッコの中に名前を書く。
学校で保険についての授業を受ける。
下宿に泊まる。
今日が何曜日か教えていただけませんか？
美容院で眉毛を整えてもらう。
僕の祖母はとてもケチです。
子供部屋の壁にペンキを塗る。
木綿は肌触りがとても良いと聞いた。
Okay. All right. That's pretty much all we have time for today. We'll get in tomorrow. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for my Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself, give it a go. You're always welcome. Come on by, share your thoughts. Process, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around a little bit, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第484天 is day 484. We are in our... Oh no, not really. There's still 2 more days left. We're counting down 3 days, including today. Let's get into our lessons.
段
Duan. That looks like Duan with a bit of silk. I get the satin. I think we're gonna use section here. Gonna branch off into section. Did you have any idea how to use the new jewels currency? Apparently you were added to the experimental group for it, and it's just free money to send a live stream. Unsure how to use or see it though. I have no idea what that is. That's interesting. They add a new thing. Interesting. Oh goodness. Do they charge a nominal fee if you were to recharge the jewel? Is this like a bits situation again? It does say it's 1-to-1, but I wonder what happens when on the purchasing side of things. I wonder what the gap is. Interesting. And you got like a promo? You just got some stuff? I have no idea how that works. I'm not even sure if you have to turn on being able to receive it or not. That's interesting. Neat, being in an experimental group. Let's see. So we're gonna use part or section. All right, part and section. Okay. Dumbledore. Dumbledore. Bathroom. Did you get your thumbnail sketches done? The thing here's a thing that I'm thinking. Like a quicker way to think about what I was saying was there's not a really big difference between a storyboard, a comics, manga, and a thumbnail sketch. This is provided that your storyboard is as loose as your comic that you're watching or the comic you're writing, and as loose as the manga you're writing. So I often order it this way. So we have comics, manga, storyboard, thumbnail sketch. Actually, sketch. And then thumbnail sketch. In order of per unit detail, per unit time, per detail. So effectively, all of these things are on a continuum of the same thing. Is that as you go from the comic, manga, to a storyboard, to a sketch, to a thumbnail sketch, it goes down in the amount of details you use per time in detail. But the process involved in generating all these, under the hood, the thinking parts, in my opinion, personally, are similar, if not identical. The idea is that I'm guessing they're telling you to, or they're instructing you to do a thumbnail sketch, is you need to come up with multiple sketches with less detail. Try to tell a story with your multiple thumbnail sketches with less details so that it gives you a bigger idea, which is what comic books and manga does with panels. So you're trying to describe what would go, for example, in a comic book. Like if you try to do a scene in a comic book or manga, your scene could be your theme, your ideas, you know, like all the themes, your characters, the environment, the mood, and they would all be represented in the thumbnail sketch. But the thumbnail sketch is the lowest unit per time per detail compared to a sketch. Like you're not making 8 sketches, you're making 8 thumbnail sketches. So it's less than 1 sketch. And in a storyboard, an entire storyboard is multiple sketches put together. And in a comic book and a manga is multiple storyboards put into a comic format. So they all still deal with producing multiple frames of something with multiple details, but you're breaking it down. Or at least that's how I would look at it to help with ideas, right? Like, for example, if my concept was a crowd, like 5 of the thumbnail sketches would be, or like say a character, like a crowd in terms of, and the theme would be a character montage, like a opening of an anime, for example. Then 5 of my thumbnails would be 5 characters, and those characters would be loosely drawn with 5 additional thumbnails about their iconic thing or something that represents them. So it would be like the first thumbnail would be 5 people standing there. They're represented by like loose stick figures or loose things. Then the next thumbnail sketch would be the first character, and it would like, the first character would have something, maybe just the hair. I would only draw the hair of all 5 of the characters, and all their hair would be different. One would have wavy hair, one would have short hair, or a different color scheme for all of them. Like if you were doing a Power Rangers theme, 5 of the characters, they're all going to be in a different color. So the thumbnail sketches are supposed to represent how you're going to tell the story. Like, hey, here's a cast of characters, and these cast of characters have 5 distinctive characteristics. And the reason why thumbnail sketches are going to balloon is because you're trying to break up all the parts. It's kind of like if you needed to do a thumbnail sketch on how to draw a person, right? Draw a person. Well, one thumbnail sketch would be the head. One thumbnail sketch would be the hands. One thumbnail sketch would be the feet, the torso, the legs, the chest, and the neck. So that's kind of what I mean by the how, the why, the process. Like, or if you're saying your idea is focusing on the human face, right? Human face, well, human face has eyes, mouth, head, hair. So all these properties can change in a thumbnail sketch. Their emotions, so different lip action that portrays different emotions. You can do that with eyes too. You can even make hair have emotions. I'll let you decide how you go about that. Your hair can exude emotions. So your thumbnail sketch should be like fly, in my opinion. When you have an idea and you know what the idea is, it should fly off the handle, because every little detail that you're trying to think about that is constructing the bigger picture is going to be broken down into the thumbnail sketch. Like, for example, when I was drawing the trees, right? Like, how do you draw a lone tree? Well, there's certainly the trunk. That's one of the things. And then I could draw a thumbnail sketch of a tree growing out from the ground. So now it's growing out from the ground. Then we have to give it some branches. Right? If I could characterize the branches, I could just draw just the branches in one of the thumbnail sketches. And then what else we need? We need leaves. That would be another part of the thumbnail sketch, because the concept is a tree. So the concept itself has to be broken down into, you know, its different parts. Right. And then is the tree alone or something, whatnot, right? It gotta use some grass. Maybe you could put in a little bird, right? A little burp. I don't know how to burp this up. We're gonna try. Those are weird looking birds. Right? Or like little things on top. So all of those separate things, when you're thinking about your scene or your theme or something, every thumbnail sketch should be an element of how you build up your bigger idea. I think the whole point of them asking you to do it is to help you analyze and observe. Like when you're studying, like when you're doing an art study, what do you see? You could literally do a thumbnail sketch with art studying. You focus on each part. You do this already, by the way, Mika, when you were explaining how you were drawing your picture, like your yearly update picture. You said like, oh, you draw this part, then you draw this part, then you like draw her hair, then you draw her ornament. All those things are separate thumbnail sketches. I think the thing that makes this so difficult maybe for you sometimes is that you think of everything as one thing. And that's the thing that we've been talking about for a while. Whenever you look at something complex, I asked you like, so what catches your eye? What do you think about this thing? You see it as one thing, like the whole thing. Until someone breaks it up for you, like until I literally like take an object out of the whole thing, it doesn't make any sense. So like the correct answer is only seen as part of the whole problem. But technically the correct answer is the whole thing, like all the steps. Every single step to the correct answer. For example, like a math problem. When you write out every step, instead of just knowing the correct answer, like, you know, speeding to the correct answer, if you wrote out every step in as much detail as you can, that's your thumbnail sketch. Which theory, like which theorem is applied at step 1, right? Which theory, and then step 2, step 3, every single one of those steps in the mathematical proof is a thumbnail sketch. The thing is, oftentimes what happens is you think of it as, to solve this, it's 1 through 5. But you've done 5 different things to get to the math problem. Like even 1 plus 1 plus 2 equals 4. There are multiple steps. The first sketch is 1 plus 1, which equals 2. The second sketch is 2 plus 2, which equals 4. Right? Or you can even look at it very differently. Like there's other ways. You can say Well, instead, you could do 1 plus 1. Or you can do, you can do 1 plus, then 1 plus 2 equals 4. So your sketch could start with 1 plus 2, which equals 3. Then 1 plus 3 equals 4. That's the process. So your thumbnail sketch, in my opinion, is supposed to represent that. Like, how are you breaking down and building up your concepts? I think it's a really excellent exercise, not just for art. However, it's called a thumbnail sketch, in my opinion. It's called a thumbnail sketch because it involves the act of sketching. However, when you're like doing an outline, for example, you know, when you're writing an outline like this, your one indent and then your other points, this is a sketch too. When you're trying to create an outline of your notes, this is a form of a sketch, but it's written sketch. So when you outline your main idea in a paragraph form or in an outline form, like a note-taking, this leads to describing a paragraph. Or your essay, which is what you've done, which is your earlier assignment. Your earlier assignment with your art thing was to take your elements, which if I needed to gather ideas, I would sketch it out. And how would I sketch it out? I would outline all the ideas in an outline and take that outline to produce my essay. This is the written form of a thumbnail sketch. This is your outline. So that's kind of the idea. And if you're wondering, I could relate this back to something we talked about before, Mika. When you're wondering how I do my compositions, like when I form arguments and like or arguments or descriptions, piece together logic, right? Logic or problem solving stuff. It comes as a sketch. Most of it comes as a sketch. So you list all your variables very quickly, and then you rearrange your variables. See what you can come up with, right? And then you rearrange these to see what other solutions come with. So effectively, you're already doing this. The idea is they want to see your process, I suppose. I think your art teacher wants you to sketch out your thoughts. Because if you're not going to do it manually, right? If you're not encouraged to do so, it's really tough and it's hard and it's going to be under practice and it's going to be exhausting. However, when you start to do it, then you'll probably understand why I always write like, okay, so if A says you don't know what to do, then you argue that if you don't know what to do, then B, you look online. I'm sketching right now. This is the act of sketching. So whenever someone presents in like a debate or they try to present an idea or me and I don't understand it, like I have problems understanding, I write it out for them to see where my logic failed or where I failed. So when Procol asked me a question, I would say, okay, so let's assume A is true. And then you're saying that A, we need something here that's still missing, but B happens. That's a sketch. This is a thumbnail. So you can convert A into a thumbnail, you can convert B into a thumbnail. And when you do this exercise, there's a chance that you'll intuit, hey, something is missing here. This is what I mean by process-oriented thinking. When you try to do an experiment, for example, the EXP here, the XP, right? That's from the process of doing something. as a human being, which we are all human beings, when you start doing something and you start thinking about all the steps, you can start to intuit that there's something missing. Like, then you realize like all the smaller details. So I think what the art teacher is trying to encourage you to do is to slow down and look at these finer details of your process, not necessarily the finer details of the whole thing. So looking at a whole thing can be very complicated and overwhelming. So oftentimes you try to break it down into steps or into general ideas that are very quick. Like, oh yeah, I want lots of sunshine. So whenever I describe like different pictures and stuff that I draw, I describe the parts of it because I only need those parts to bring my theme together. So that whole like very radiant character in the middle of the radiant character in the middle of the forest with some lighting that pierces through. Not that it's going to change much, but the thumbnail sketching is your own terms, just to clarify. Is on your own terms, just to clarify. Not that it's going to change much, but the thumbnail sketching is on your own terms, just to clarify. Oh, you mean like you're using thumbnail sketching as a way to describe it. It's still irrelevant. It wasn't assigned to you, it's just your own. Okay, well, if you're doing the thumbnail sketching, then it's no different from summarizing, right? And for me, thumbnail sketching is storyboarding. Storyboarding, if you're a writer. Outlining is also one. I know that also involves a writer, but we're talking about like creative writing. And then outlining would be like research. I would say it's more predominant research. Obviously it's not exclusive, but it's more of a researcher. And then what you define as thumbnail sketching is exactly what I still say. This is still thumbnail sketching. Thumbnail sketching is how you define your artwork, like it's for an artwork. Sometimes you could call this concept drawing. Concept drawing is another one, right? So when you're conceptualizing, you have artists who try different things, different tones, different color schemes, different moods, different objects, adjust things because they're conceptualizing. They drew up a bunch of concept art that may or may not make it into the final product. The whole idea is when you outline something and you're doing like storyboarding, you're testing out a lot of things and see what resonates with you. And if you're thinking, well, why waste time doing that and trying new things or trying various things if you're going to settle on one thing? That's the problem. So if you do not conceptually draw or research and outline or writing, you get into what's called a creative rut. And we already talked about the word rut. A creative rut where you're basically stuck inside a box and eventually you become creatively bankrupt. That's the idea that because you do not explore and test and do different things to provide more experience, you're stuck doing the same thing. Like it feels like everything is the same thing. So it can work if you don't feel like you're in a rut. If everything's going well and you have enough ideas, then you don't necessarily need to outline or like storyboard or all of that. So if if it's not your teacher, then your teacher already got you to do it. Because even if you say you're gonna clarify that your teacher didn't describe your thumbnail sketch to you, like this is what you're doing for yourself, your teacher already did it. That's why I'm referring to the previous process, which you had to outline. You were in the process of outlining, which then created that you had to write an essay. In fact, what was the outline technique that you used? It was a Venn diagram. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know if you're telling me that you came up with the idea of Venn diagramming. Because you can. A Venn diagram is an outline. It is another way to arrange information to see relationships without committing to it, like without committing a lot of resources. Because if you try to do it, all the things at a higher like fidelity, then you may only have sufficient time to do one or two of them, right? Sometimes you still need to actively plan something. I think most of the time people put like most of the things that you talk about, you put everything in one basket, like all your eggs in one basket. So then there can only be one outcome, one desirable outcome. And because there's only one desirable outcome, you miss most of the time. And also, it tends to reduce learning potential. Because there's no new learning experience. Now, there are really wonderful directors out there, like for example, Christopher Nolan. I'm going to bring up Christopher Nolan because The Odyssey is about to come out, or has come out. And you could say a great director like feels like they know exactly what they're going to want and all that stuff, right? Like people, but it changes as they're working on it. So while their product will reach their vision, the process that they go about realizing their vision is going to be very dynamic. So you can still have one outcome per se. You can still envision one outcome. Regardless, the process itself will generally always be dynamic. At least for the individuals that truly then end up looking at their outcome and being satisfied with it. It's unlikely that you will be satisfied if your process is also one-dimensional. And that's good. I don't know where you got your idea or your concept of thumbnail sketching, but generally speaking, thumbnail sketching reminds me of a storyboarding, which is a bunch of thumbnails put together with rough sketches in each of them. And then an outline are vague ideas organized in a way. A Venn diagram are separate ideas with very truncated words, separate to sort out organizational skills. Yeah. All right. So let's get to this. All right. Dumbledore is in the bathroom. On shot. Is trying to wash a section of a magical satin cloth that useful for some of his magic classes.
Duan,
Oh, satin.
窗
Silk. Chung. Okay, that kind of looks like Chung. One of the Chungs. Create. But that's it. Hoang. Soar. How do I get where? Alright, let's Chucky's in front of the chapel where he's looking for something to cure his sore. He goes into the storehouse on the lawn next to the chapel front door. Gets out a bunch of holy snot. Okay, that's not. You know, instead of using snot, I feel like we just use sickness is okay too. We're kind of just meandering away from snot here. He waits. He lies and waits in the storehouse for the sickly and sore priest to come to the storehouse or something for his snot problem. Attack. Okay.
窗暗
Dim. Wasn't I? I was dim as well. Now we have dim, which is just the two darks put together. Actually, is this not dark? Sound. Am I going crazy? Oh, it has day in it. It's a homonym, but that looks like dim to me. All right. But we have to link it up with black alarm, or sound. Sound is a little weirder. All right, Master Chief. Master Cheeks is in the pawn shop. He just acquired special dim black alarm. Wiping down special dim black alarm that will become useful for his guard for his next military mission. Now you have to work on skin hair study for class. Skin study? That's interesting. Hair is cool. Hair is gonna be interesting. I did quite a lot of hair actually. And not like human hair, but if you take like animal hair and fur, it gives you very similar things, like the way a lion's mane, right? Like the way a lion's mane, the direction, like a bird's, like the bird feathers. I know birds don't have hair, but the idea is you have repeated units that follow a flow. So you have to like try to create motion. Like how do you make hair look like it's going down one direction? And oftentimes like human hair is interesting, right? Human hair is already interesting. But when you have an animal, all of their hairs and furs like go in different directions. So then you can practice a lot with that too. Ah, you have a good one? You have a good one too. That's it. All right. I think we're good. Yeah.
暗
Or dim.
Ying.
Dim or dark. Ying, a parrot. What was the other parrot? Wu. Wu was the other parrot. So, oh, and the other ying was... What type of bird was it? It was a ying bird. It's not a swallow. It's not a crane. Was it a pigeon? It's off double shellfish. Oh, it's an oriole. Hang on. Where are you? Oh, maybe it wasn't. Huh. The cherry thing is fine. I thought there might have been a ying for a bird, an earlier bird. Guess not. Huh. Interesting. I wonder... Oh, maybe it's not off the shellfish. We have so many birds right now. Oh, it is an oriole. It's just, it has halo. Halo is the thing. Yeah. You did a photo taking session using your PC lights a few weeks ago. Why are you crying about it? Like, what happened? Alright, so ying. Alright. And then we're just gonna have a baby parrot. Okay. So Yoshi is in manner. He is taking care of his new companion. A baby parrot. Trying to help it along like Mario did for him. Okay, alright, cool. That's fine. Ying, parrot.
Ying B.
Wu was the parrot. It was horrible, but at least you got hair with lighting photo. Oh. I'm trying to think of another lighting scenario for hair. One great hair thing is having a backlight like directly behind you, and then having a forward light with a different color. So like have like a blue light in front of you and like a yellow light behind you, and then you can see like the silhouette of the hair, like how light bleeds around the outside of the hair while your face is being, then you can see the hair interaction. The alternative is having three lights. You have a 45 degree, like, so if you're standing here, you have a light source here. So there's one from behind, so this is from behind. And let's say you have a natural light, so this is the white light or brown light. And then this is green. Say like you use green, like complementary colors, green and purple. Maybe blue is better. So you have like blue and purple. And what would happen is the hair will have two faces. The hair will have shadows and highlights that are complementary to each other, while also providing silhouette from the outside. That's usually this to me is your standard like lighting situation. You would have a fill light, the light in the back is the fill light, And then the left and right are your 45-degree angle stuff, like your I guess your spotlights. Oh, there, Abdul. Yeah, there's a blue light in front and an orange behind. Oh, but there's no rim lighting really. Oh, okay, okay. You can always turn up the intensity of your backlight source or finding a stronger backlight source to get some rim lights. Hair, in my opinion, the wonderful thing about like hair patterns is that when you catch the rim, it's really neat when it's a different color than the rest of the volume. And then when you have two different angles, you know where there's darker volume and then lighter volume to create like the waves if your hair has waves. Or when you have flat hair, like a straight hair, you can have like one edge having a specific color and then the other edge having another color, like, which is great way to, along with the silhouette around. You finished the exam. Well, you almost sweeped halfway through. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. B is a jade. Oh, that's interesting. That lines up with Japanese. It is B. I think I have another disc. Do I not have another disc? Don't. So just the Japanese disc. Okay. So what do we do here? We have a wall. No wall. Just hot sauce. Alright, so we have hot sauce. And we have a ball. Or jade. Oh yeah, that's right. They use jade. Well, I guess that's a jade disc after all. Okay. Bigfoot is in the bathroom of the house with a bunch of hot sauce bottles. He pours them out one at a time into the sink because he's looking for a jade disc prize. That finally one comes out, a small little jade disc turns into yeah, sure. It's good enough.
B 算
Gotta get to bed. And get to bed today. Whoops.
窗
Okay.
B 暗 阴
Alright.
优
Your own fault for having that sleep schedule? Me? Nope. Not my own fault. Not this time. Your... Oh. He doesn't sleep? Is that a typo? I almost sweeped halfway through? Is he just being... Is that supposed to be a typo then? I was actually reading it as sweep halfway through. like he swept through the... Oh, okay. He's deliberately sweeping. Well, good on you. Alright, your... Don't I have a your? That was learn. Hang on. The other yaw is... I only have one other yaw, which is yo. Where are you, yaw? I have too many O's. I don't even want to think about it. There's your education, not learn. Education. What is that? Yaku? Yaku. Tie? Ti. Jie? Oh no. I'm gonna say yeah. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. Dang it. Alright, appointment. Or promise. Or contract. Yoshi is in front of the office building where he finds a bundle of silk near the door. Sure. Make an appointment. Office building. Alright. Yoshi is in front of the office building. As an appointment. Meet up with Mario at this office building. He passes Mario's pulls to him. I guess Mario replies with oh. Thanks. Good boy, right? Good boy. Okay. I don't know how well that's gonna hold.
Your Ban.
Bun. That looks like bun. Or hun. Bun. Half. It's still half. To stumble. Cars in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he walks away from the sink. He stumbles over a piece of priceless ancient Chinese silk that maybe a different take on that. Cars in the bathroom of the pawn shop. He stolen half of priceless silk off of patron that stumbled earlier, but hopes to it up and change it for rules for future scheme. All right, the stumble.
Ban. Me.
Me. Overflow. Me is to be full, right? It was like fullness. Oh, to fill. Okay, and then overflow checks out with some. So to fill. Alright, we're gonna make this cheesy. Mickey is inside the house. He has decided to do something special for Minnie. He went around praying and showing his affection, overflowing the living room and Minnie's heart with fantastic whimsy. So lame.
米碱
Tian. Alkali. Alkali. What part of this reminds me of Tian? The right side? The party? We have a salt shaker. I mean, alkali kind of checks out. We don't have party standing alone though. Yeah. Alright. Pawn shop, huh? Oh, let's see what it. Jimmy is in the basement of the pawn shop where he's having a huge science party. Alright, the theme is alkali, and each guest is given a soul shaker filled with alkali so that they can conveniently make anything they want more basic if they so please. Alright, I mean that's fine.
碱想
Who knew painting in hair was so hard? I can see that. Xiang. Echo. Echo is Xiang, I think. Oh, wait. The top. Why does the top remind me of something? Xiang for village? I think the top is Xiang for village. Or countryside, that's fine. Xiang, alright. So we have countryside and food. We're just gonna use. Alright, Xena is in the basement of chapel. She has her strength in transporting food from the countryside to the basement local chapel, on which she is to guard for special entertaining function. Chapel service.
想
Alright.
哟
Okay.
碱
Uh-huh.
半
Yep. Dang it. Not silk. Oh, stumble. That one's tough.
想
No.
米
Alright. X5.
瑶
Y'all. A meat dish. Where am I getting the yao from? It's definitely not the left. The right. Reminds me of something. X is very exotic. Okay. I can only think of hope. Hope's not close enough. Oh, confusion. Or confused. Y'all. Confused about food, huh? We can do that. Otherwise, what are we using? Maybe X and possession as opposed to deodorant. Deodorant can get the heck out. Okay. Yoshi is inside the barn. He is helping transport food to the designated. Oh, I guess I don't. Designated X positions so that the farmer can some meat dishes. Share with. This is kind of weird. Share with everyone. Companions in the bar. That's kind of weird. Okay.
咬剪
Jin. What in the world is that? Wow, that looks. Whoa, that character looks weird. That is definitely one of a kind right there. Yeah. Hold on. Silk and insect. Interesting. Insect is too promiscuous. Silk? Less so. This is not what I'm thinking either. Let's go with silk. Jian. That's kind of tough. No, I guess let's go back to insect. That is very tough. It looks unique. However, the two characters inside are not that unique. The arrangement is good. I don't remember of a Jian. Okay. Well. Alright. So many characters. So what are they looking at? They're looking at it as a hood with a rod and flowers. Jimmy Neutron's in the basement of the pawn shop where he's trying to make some insects form a cocoon. Alright. He wears a hood and sits on the bare cement floor for some reason and rubs flowers all over the insects, a special flower that he invented. Guess that's okay. They actually end up forming cocoons. Jimmy takes second-hand rod and crushes the cocoon and starts taking pieces of silk from them that he hopes to sell to the pawn shop owner. Alright. Guess we'll give it a go.
剪挖
Wah. Looks like wah. Off the brick. Low lying. Yeah. These two wahs. Although we're gonna use Gui for ancient measure or measurement. Wait. Do I have a wah with a spray? I don't. That's interesting. Alright. Low lying. Alter front auditorium. front of Autor. He is distributing special mobile container of special spray to help measure low-lying contaminants. Okay. What happened? That's clear. Close enough. That doesn't really work. You're trying to lop hair study? Oh, lop, yeah. Probably would want to watch the person's study, like process. I'm not sure if studying the final product is, and that's certainly a challenge. Special spray to help measure low lying. I don't even know how to use low lying. Guess you could say like a low lying special mobile container filled with special spray. Product be distributed to the crowd attending ground. Okay. Low lying is good, bro.
蛙 痞
Yeah, that is addiction. Okay. Hold up. Or habit. Kuset? Yeah, kuset. But what was the other addiction? Ying. Right? That does have the hot sauce P. Yeah. Alright, we're just gonna go with it. This might actually turn out alright. Pinocchio is in the basement of the house, feeding his hot sauce addiction. He sits on a cement floor in the corner with a couple of bottles of hot sauce next to him and slowly drinks it. Large amounts of snot runs down his face, but Pinocchio cannot stop drinking hot sauce. Alright, it's fine. Sure.
痞 搭
It's pimple. What was the other pimple? G. It also has sickness in it. Does that look like da? No, it looks more like ta. Right? Or tan. Or like pyramid. Oh, no. It could look like da. Both das for the flower gloves. Yeah, da. Put up and da. Or clatter. It also lines up with the. And there's ta for pagoda or a pyramid. So let's see. Put up. Shut up. No, just kidding. Simple. Alright. I think the flower thing is fine. How do we get Pimple into this? Alright. The Drax. Oh no, this is the roof. The Drax on the roof of the auditorium. He is trying to pull some attendees. Drax trying to silently attract some attendees by offering of having special flowers as a cure-all for skin blemishes. Skin sicknesses like pimples with the simple application of a flower ointment. Gloves. I have no idea. That's gonna be the tough one.
Ta.
Okie dokie.
摇 哇 哒 剪 劈
All right. One last group for today.
鱼
Yi of it, accompanied by Ji, which is the other covet. Ji. Yi, I guess most of the armory stuff does do with Yi. Yeah, seeing. Ingi is inside the house. He is seeing to his armory filled with coveted cards and ancient relics. Yeah. Coveted cards, items that may attract shadowy figures. Sure.
鱼镖
Yo, a dart. Kind of looks more like Piao. Face. We'll do ticket. Right, ticket and metal ticket. And a dart. What was the other dart? Sure. Right, sure is the other dart. Bigfoot is in front of the barn. He was trying to recover a metal dart. A ticket for some metal darts. Hoping maybe people who want to play with him. Darn, that's kind of weird. We'll see.
标看
Nope. Chain Gang. Chain Gang has no. I have Jian, Xian, and Qian. No Chan. They're all different. Although Repent is pretty good. Charlie Brown is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he's a member of Chain Gang in charge of scrubbing the dirty bathroom. He deeply repents for his wrongdoing he did, which was illegally selling his soul to that same pawn shop owner. The other Chain Gang workers are repentant for the same reason, all now similarly lacking souls. Sure.
看了
Liao, entangle. That is a Liao for you. Some silk, entangling silk. Sure, transformer. I think it's inside the barn where he's entangled in some silk that is attached to a transformer. He is trying to break out of the entangled mess because the transformer is slowly shocking him to— okay. Barn. Tasked. Was tasked to try to move the entangled, indestructible, magical silk that is obstructing the transformer. Is powering barn. The barn owner. He takes out his master sword and cuts the entangled silk with one careful motion. Okay. Alright, we good.
了谢
Xie. Recent Xie. Unexpectedly meet. This lines up with Oh. The middle part is Jie though. This part is Jie. Or untie. But there are two Xies with untie. Crab and lax. We're still gonna use untie. Untie, okay. So Xena's in the bathroom of the Christie. She was taking a break from her guard duty. She unexpectedly met a laxed worker who somehow found a way to get all tied up in loose wires. Bathroom. untie the poor laxed soul. That's good enough.
谢
There's a reference to the other shit.
鱼标了谢
Whoops, I didn't complete the whole thing.
看
That's weird. Oh, I still got
Good.
5 more. Okay. Good. Wonton. What was the other wonton? It was yesterday's. Huynh? Did Huynh have earthworm in it? No. This looks like Duin for blunt. Duin. Now we swapped it up for food and then also pause and ton. Right, Duin, pause. Alright, yeah. And then we could have used twin for stockpile. Duin for blunt recently. Okay. So stockpile. Dumbledore is in the bathroom of the infirmary. He is going around to find people who are on break to offer them food, the manner of magical wontons that he stockpiled. For special occasion.
炖钻
Fun. Oh, that stinks. The heck, man. Run. Not quite. Not quite. I was thinking the top looks like swan for like sour, which it can, or not swan, sorry, calculate, because if you bend it, but it also look as big, which I don't see it big anywhere. Calculate silk finger to grip. Otherwise, what do I have? Eyes, bamboo, big silk. Yeah, this one's tough. This is in the bathroom of the pawn shop where he's slacking off from work. He grips a second-hand bamboo brush tightly with his finger. He uses it to draw a big Greek eye on some silk cloth that hangs over the toilet. Owner comes in the bathroom and tries to stop him, but he can't pull the bamboo brush from the grip. What? Oh, this is kind of sucky. Alright. This is in the bathroom of the pawn shop. Is trying to come up with a way to bolster his notoriety. His pawn shop. It took some second hands, some big second hand silk. He gripped some big second hand silk, washed it, and then with the bamboo brush he draws his fingers, two big eyes, and turning it into a creature with godlike powers. Okay, that grip is so lost in everything. Okay. He just grips everything. Alright.
钻，穿，
One. Where's that coming from? We do have to reduce the bottom right to a mouse. Sure. Leap. Oh, flee. Oh, that has flee in it. Alright. So keep it the pawn shop. Yeah, trying to help a patron. Leaps up, jump to help patron that trying to flee from oh goodness. Let's use mouse. Trying to help patron. He witnesses a patron exiting pawn shop. A special mobile container. check-in and mobile trainer. The patron leaped up his legs suddenly after finding a mouse. It tries to console patron. And leaps up to try to capture the mouse. I don't know where I'm going with this.
川泉
Chin. Cheekbone. Okay, there is a trend on the left. The stork. I don't think this stands alone, right? Stork doesn't stand alone. Okay. Stork it is. At the page. Cheekbone. A special type. A special body part too. Ozzy is inside the pawn shop where he's trying to buy some secondhand cheekbones to make his already prominent cheekbones even more prominent. As he thinks that is beautiful, he trades in a stork. And in exchange, gets some cheekbones along with some page certificate verifying the authenticity. What in the world? That's good enough.
全智
Jur, delicate. I do see the jur. Is that just a mole? Oh no. It's wait. It's deliver. James is in the bathroom of the house. He is meeting up with a foreman that is supposed to wash and deliver special delicate silk for its next mission. Okay. Alright.
智
Hey.
钝智全
That's gonna be tough. This one too.
川
Oh. Yeah, this one as well.
钻
Yeah, I don't know where. Oh my gosh, it's grip. That one's definitely the worst of them. Probably the least reliable. Alright, let's do the last 3 days. Guess it's after me. Oh, I just realized it's after 4 a.m. I don't have lessons tomorrow. Dang, I delayed it by a day. It took too long. Alrighty. Okay, Ren. I like to cut? Stitch. Dang you, Stitch. Oh, the blade. The blade makes it sound like it's not. That can be tough. It's opposite of what I think it is. Like, stitching is putting things together, but the blade is making me think it's pulling things apart. Lee. Like, seeping through. Seep through. Lie. Leprosy. What in the world? I want to say it's when, yeah, when. Wrong tone though. Slightly wrong tone. So it's off when. Okay. I think that's fine. We're gonna pass on that. Che or Che. Just limp. Che and limp is so weak. Oh no. Did and lack. Yeah, sure, Nika. Yo. A. Oh no. Yeah, that's bad. Oh no. A is bad. Dang it. It bills. Yeah, A is bad. A, of course. Of course, it's an utterance that doesn't have any utterance in it. Yeah. Unruly. This can't be yo. Oh goodness. Liu is not good either. What is that? The fault? And silk. Okay. Xing is about black flower, smoke, shing, smoke. J, pout, Lee, supposed to be whetstone, okay. Whetstone's fine. It kind of overlaps with gravel. Not great. This J again? What's with the finger? One's definitely unruly. That's fine. That's definitely pout. This faint. Snap. Dang you, snap. Alright. That sucks. Ling. Chili. I want to say it's Sue. Yeah, Sue. Special container or Russell. Russell up as soldier. Pool shop. Young mutter. Sure. Manufacturer. Yeah, crab. Lee. Lee. Fucking donkey. It's okay. This one's weakish. What? It's definitely not Liang, right? It's Jing. Jing. What type of fish is that? It's not salmon. It's a whale. Duan. What's this Duan? Oh, that was today. Satin. Hoang. Soar. B. J disc. Han. Jim. Ying. Parrot. Your oh, that one's gonna fade pretty quick. Yeah, and alkali. On. Stumble. That's a tough one. Xiang. Or no, Xiang. Entertaining. Me. Overflow. Yao. Vitish. Hua. Low lying. Da. Simple. Jian. Cocoon. E. Addiction. E. Covet. Yao. Dart. Yao. Entangle. Done. Repent. Jie. Unexpectedly meet. Gun. Wonton. Zhi. Delicate. Oh yeah, chin, cheekbone, fun, leap, up, run, grip. Okay, so run. He's cutting silk to make a stitch. Right. To help out. Hit the bills. Okay, he's like apprehending someone, maybe. Not doing the bills. And then Leo need the special silk because otherwise the current problem. And then Jie, the finger snap. Very snappy. Oh wait. That's actually a Jie, not a Jie. Alright. And then we got the second half. Now we have to go back and do our April 3 days. All right, what do we have here? Go, Butsu, Jiang, Yang, Ma, Agate, or harvest. Chung, discern. Chung, rise up. Hung, splash. Lun, sink. Chu, chick. Ling, exquisite. I, typhoon. Ma, ant. Ni, female you. Yin, this. Ga, furniture. Mung, drizzle. Tuo, steep bank. brown. S, astringent. C, silicon. Hoang, Polonia. Zhu, huge. Du, sincere. Neil, button. Okay. Tea, cream. Quinn, female. Han, gold. Cool, coral. Lee, suffering or suffer. What? Have responsibility plus. It's not a da. Is it? It is a da. Let's click T. Click of the tongue. That's gonna stink. Okay. I mean, that it is what it is. One, swallow. Ooh. So, trivial. J. Fold. Ooh, caress. Whoops. Way, sunflower. Tool, spider. J, pearl. Yen, slug. Ling, actor. Ling, listen. I'm okay. Is fine. Zelda. Putting Nintendo strikes again. Anyways, so that means tomorrow we won't have lessons. So the day after is the penultimate day. Where are we at? May 12th. So yeah, we're getting to the last 2 days. But tomorrow we don't have any lessons. So I guess we're going to do some character reviews tomorrow. Yeah. About it. Alright. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. Ooh, it's 5 a.m. Alright folks. Until next time, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, discuss, share your thoughts, experiences, keep each other motivated. So until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. See you guys next time. Bye.